team because Laura's running out to grab something. So if you guys are all ready, CNET, if you guys are ready. Okay. All right, I'd like to call to order the Thursday, November 10th special meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors. And first up on the agenda is citizens input. Seeing none, not on here, but Ms. Martin, did you want to give any instructions for Zoom participation?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Strickland, and thank you to the members of the board, staff, and the public for joining us this evening on November 10th for a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. This meeting has been properly advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a hybrid meeting with the option to attend online using the Zoom platform, and the main meeting room is available for members of the public to attend in person. If you are joining the Zoom meeting this afternoon and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please say your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on when the chairwoman calls on you. And prior to commencing the meeting, I have just a few short procedural items to cover. First, members of the public attending using the Zoom platform are asked to remain muted during the meeting to prevent any ambient noise from disrupting the meeting. If a member of the public is acknowledged by the chair, they may unmute their microphone for their question or comment. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes may accurately reflect the action taken. Finally, a roll call of the Board of Supervisors will now be taken to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Please indicate that you are here when your name is called. Ms. Stevens.
Here.
Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Ms. Strickland.
Here.
Ms. Deneni.
Here.
Okay, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, and we've already covered citizen input. So up next is the continuation of the presentation of the draft 2023 annual operating budget. And I will turn it over to Centrise, if you wanted to begin with anything.
I was going to go right into the budget and begin with the general fund on page 62.
In that case, could I ask
Right.
for something? So yesterday you had shown us a couple of slides, solutions or options slides, and I was wondering if you could bring those back up, if we could just go over them a little bit in a little bit more detail now that we've had a chance to think about them and get started into the budget.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll go to the second to the last slide. Yesterday when we had talked and gone through the presentation, there at the conclusion, we presented some options in terms of as we think about the budget, the general fund balance, and some considerations on how the board may want to proceed. Of course, we acknowledge that you could do nothing this year and just pass the budget and it would be fine. As it's been presented to you in terms of, as your manager, I do not have concerns about any of the fund balances as they are presented currently in the budget. As noted yesterday, the recommendation is that you maintain 25% of your expenditures in your general fund, should there be any type of emergency or just so you could live on your reserves for a 3-month. And we're at about 26%. So we're at that point in time where I am not here to necessarily recommend any immediate action, but I do want to present this budget and acknowledge that 26% of our general fund balance is of our expenditures, and that's really just 1% away. We do have general healthy fund balances, and so things are fine. But I would encourage the board to think about some options moving forward. And some of the options that have been provided to the board yesterday, and again on the screen here for your consideration. Of course, as mentioned, you could do nothing. 2, you could consider budget cuts from the existing proposed budget as it's been presented to you. And provided with the agenda this evening attached, you'll see proposed cuts that are within the budget and scattered throughout the different funds. The account numbers are noted and the total cost of the account, as well as the reduced amount, and with a very short minimal description of what that amount is justified for in the budget. Again, we clearly do recommend everything that's been presented to the board, but if you are looking to reduce the number of expenditures, our leadership team, particularly our department directors, we've collaborated, we've discussed, and we would recommend that you consider these cuts if you're looking to reduce any one item. There's also what we've had very, I'll say, light and limited conversations about an idea to do a step-down approach. And by a step-down approach, really, it's prioritizing the completion of road projects as it relates to our, maintaining our infrastructure. Of course, the advantage point is just trying to identify projects that perhaps we can step down the maintenance, prioritizing based on the interest, goals, and needs of the board. One way to prioritize might be just focusing on existing projects that have already advanced, and doing maintenance on infrastructure and particularly certain roads, perhaps at the recommendation of the Director of Public Works, understanding everything in the budget is what he's recommending to do. But if you are looking for cuts, we could talk through what a step down approach would be. And I would recommend that if, this would be more of a short term as we're entering and rounding into 2023, we have, I think we're all a little concerned about the unpredictability that lies ahead in 2023 in terms of economic conditions and these macro forces that we also discussed yesterday at the beginning of the presentation at our meeting yesterday. So this step-down approach is something we can further discuss and certainly define if that is an option the board would like to see. My recommendation would be that this be more of a short-term solution, that understanding we can certainly scale back on some of the maintenance of our roads, and that would save big dollars during a time that we have some level of uncertainty, but there could be some increased cost, right? So a road that is to be paved or microsurfaced in 2023 based on this paver system that Dave Modriger certainly could speak more intelligently on how that system works. If it says that the recommendation is to do the microsurfacing or some level of repair in 2023, it's because there's a cost savings to maintaining maintenance regularly over time. And if we scale back on that, we certainly might save big dollars in 2023 just to kind of tread in through this period of uncertainty. But if we do that too long, there certainly can be a financial impact in doing that as well. But I think it would be it's certainly something that in the short term, I would recommend as the board considers options. This is certainly an option that you could pursue. And of course, Dave can talk he can talk more on that as we go into Fund 30 and Fund 32, the Transportation Fund, Improvement Fund. He can talk a little bit more about some possibilities and what that might look like. Option 4 is raise taxes. I'm not proposing that the board raise taxes. You will not find that in the budget. Of course, it's listed here in the presentation because it's something that all municipalities, I think in the center region, for those that I've talked to, at one point in time, it's been discussed. Some have considered, and I think we've already heard as part of their meetings, we've had some municipalities in the center region discuss, from what I understand at their recent public meetings, that they're considering and or approved already a tax increase for 2023. I think Ferguson Township's fine to move into 2023, even with the budget as is, without any budget cuts, without a tax increase. But of course, it is something that you might want to consider as you think about moving forward in the future years after considering maybe some of the 1, 2, 3 options. And if the board were to have those conversations, again, I'm not recommending that right now. It's probably one of the least options that I would have the board consider. But should you get to a point where you ever might consider that, I would just suggest a very small incremental increase over a period of over a couple of years. But again, that's not what's being recommended. And then of course there's some other creative ways that the board could consider managing the fund balances or the total number of expenditures this year, which would be looking at, and when I say this year, talk through options this year for the 2024 budget. So already starting to discuss some guidelines or some recommendations as to what the board would like to see as we even prepare the budget for 2024. And that could simply just be looking to consider guidelines including a cap in the fund balance 30 or fund balance of expenditures of 32. So I don't know, Supervisor Strickland, if that was helpful or not, going through a little bit more thoroughly those 5 options for consideration. None of which you will find in the budget, because I don't feel that strongly that you have to do something with this budget. This budget was presented to you based on the needs and interest expressed throughout the year, and interest to prioritize and achieve some of the goals in the strategic plan. But I do encourage that the board think of something, whether it be for the 2023 budget or future budgets.
Thank you so much, and I'll ask some give
please.
a little follow-up discussion then based on that. I really appreciate that, and I was very appreciative that you took the time to put this together. You know, noting what you've said, that this year's budget is fine, and I think probably we all shared that concern at seeing the general fund balance hit 26% of our expenditures. I think that, you know, it surprised me, and it's been, you know, it's been decreasing, that fund balance percentage of expenditures. But to see it there, and with your context of it's recommended that we have 25%, I think that probably alerted us all to wanting to double check where our you know, revenue and expenditure balances. So, and I'm fully appreciative of the budget that's been put together, and I know it's led by board priorities, so understanding all of that. I think, you know, my thinking too is, you know, one thing that's been talked about at COG a lot is taking care of what we have, and so that's really where my thinking starts from. And as we go through tonight with some things, you know, I'll just say that's, you know, where I'm thinking. You know, I know we need to build up in certain areas where there's, you know, staffing struggles. We have IT and security things. You know, there's a lot of things like that, even the software to improve efficiency. So there's a lot of things that are needed that are going to help with these numbers. So that being said, I think what I would feel really comfortable is kind of looking at a blend of those 3 step down, some cuts, and then looking at maybe not so much a cap, but maybe a guideline or you know, something like that for next year's budget, not for this year, but begin those discussions. But for this year, you know, maybe think about what a step down approach would look like, and then some specific things that we can remove or delay a year as we build back that fund balance a little bit in the general fund. So that's,
Thank you.
that's kind of where I'm at, and so I thought it was just it's so extremely
Let's go there. I
helpful
love
to
it. You two together, that's wonderful. You've set the agenda for us to look in this way, and Lisa, you really, you know, cued in on that, and that's great leadership. And I think that, thank you, because I was just going to go right into the agenda because I'm a bit tired after this morning. So I really appreciate that.
Well, this was
refocusing.
Century. She really kind of framed out, you know, the possible options we have for dealing with this, and so that made it easy to kind of,
it really did,
to work out a little framework.
Thank you.
So thanks for that. I just wanted to kind of get a clearer picture of those thoughts.
Thank you.
So thank you.
All right. So let's see here. Are we through overview and considerations of draft annual operating budget A? And then we're into general fund, page 62 right now?
Yes.
All righty. We're in general fund, page 62. And that will be Ms. Martin introducing that. And looks like we're going to start with general government. So we can all take a minute to navigate there and begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we'll start on page 62, and there's not a lot of changes here. You will see a slight increase with account 4240 general expenses to acknowledge that when we have our next, what do we call that, the ABC appreciation dinner, whether we continue with an outdoor food truck gathering or we do maybe an alternate year and go back to the Ramada Inn, we just acknowledge that the cost of food and these types of services have increased. So we did increase it to $5,000. The CNET contribution did increase. I think James may have provided a report previously, and that's based on the CNET formula. I know most of you, Jeremy, I can tell you, I can provide details if you're interested at a later time because I don't have all the details in front of me, but essentially the way that the formula is that as you increase requests for CNET services, it doesn't hit in real time, right? So we requested CNET to record the Planning Commission, I believe in 2020, maybe it was even 2019, but it's over time where the formula is reflecting on the year prior. So when we were, so the jump in increase happened from the 2023 budget. And I can provide more details, and it's in a previous report of the agenda packet for a previous meeting, so I can follow up with you to give more details on that.
I have watched some of Cindy's presentations.
Great. So just wanted to acknowledge that there is a bit of a jump there. And then moving through, let's see here.
Can we have, can we, you went through page 64?
I did.
Okay, quick question.
Mhm.
The CBICC 575 dues, what is that for?
That is for the membership. It is not a contribution to support a donation or a contribution as much as it's for the membership. So staff and the board has membership and participate in, I can't recall the event that Lisa and I went to this year. Around the county's coming to mind, but it was the
State of the county.
State of the county. Thank you.
Gotcha.
So our membership affords us to attend the 2 to 3 events that they put on annually, providing some informational updates on the activity that the commissioners are doing and various economic development and business activity that's being conducted there at CBICC. So
Not to get picky, but just did we also pay to go to that, or was that a free event to all of us?
it was free for all of us.
Okay,
It was
I
through,
see.
we
So
get,
that membership is about that. Yep, click. So, yep.
It was weird because when I got the invitation, it did show there was a ticket price, so okay.
well, let me just make a note to confirm that. Now that you say that, I will just say that I recall having us registered. I don't recall payment, but the days go by fast and the week is long, and so I will confirm.
I guess what I would wonder is if we're paying dues
Right.
so we can pay for the banquet. Is that the only event? I guess we're really interested in engaging with CBICC, and I'd love to see maybe our dues. I wonder what our dues are used for, I guess, is the larger question then. Maybe it's to offset the banquet, but there's an additional cost. But whenever I've gone to that banquet in the past, which is really lovely, it's nice to get together with everybody, but it's pretty top-down, unidirectional. They have had like workshops in the past, sorry to get immediately off track, where we talk about policy, sorry, but we should probably talk about CBICC stuff at some point next year. But maybe something more interactive would be nice, that's all.
Okay.
If that's part of that, yeah.
I can
Yeah.
I can inquire and get
Thank
information
you.
and
Thank
circle
you.
back to the board. Thank you.
It looks like we're on to executive.
Right, let me scroll down then. We have executive. There is a org chart there provided and some information there in the narrative. I will just then acknowledge 401-110 salaries there until you get near the bottom of the page. And we did, and I included in my manager's message, I don't know that we've gone into this, Eric, maybe you did. The merit and COLA that's being proposed in the budget is 5% COLA, 2% merit for a total percentage of 7%. And so that has been calculated into the salaries. I have not released those numbers yet. I know former managers would oftentimes go ahead and release that
Right.
information. My preference is that once it's been presented to the board and has not been flagged, at that point, I will then release that information to staff. So following this evening's meeting, I will then share with staff. But I do think that that's, a reasonable amount. The inflation came back, I think in our numbers we looked in September, it was 8%. And there's quite a variation between the center region municipalities as to what the approach the managers have taken to inject COLA and merit. There's not a lot of consistency there. But certainly I think it's between 5 and 7% total merit and COLA is ranging between 5 to 7% among the center region municipalities. So then I'll just move in. We have office supplies. If there aren't any questions, increase slightly, just acknowledging that there might be some accommodations as we onboard some new staff members. We have in general expense, same allocation with the W and the projected, but I'm going to just make a note of that to remove. And electronic equipment maintenance, we are budgeting slightly below what's projected. As seen below. I think that's a result, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, because we purchased our copier and we, instead of leasing it, so the cost was reduced slightly for 2023. In the communications budget here, there is a bit of a jump. The newsletter, as we discussed last year, or possibly it was the year prior, of course we want to maintain the fall and spring print newsletter. We have a population in Ward 1 particularly that we hear that the printed material is most useful to stay informed with information, while social media is popular. And we certainly have, I think, maybe over 1,000, maybe 1,200 Facebook followers. I'm completely estimating right now, but we can certainly look to the assistant manager at a later time for confirmation. You know, the social media strategies are very effective, but it certainly only meets those that are tech savvy and interested in following news using those social media platforms. So we do recommend that we can continue with the print, particularly the color print. It does add some extra dollars. There's, you know, I'm not trying to hide or deny that, but we did receive quite a bit of positive feedback on the printed colors. So I will bring that out to the forefront, which certainly informs some of the increase here that you see.
I have a question about that. Not to micromanage, but is there a way, like I get that newsletter and I really like it, but I also would opt to get a PDF emailed to me. And I know that we do an electronic newsletter, but that's not a PDF format, that's, you know, an HTML format. And I'm not trying to add work, but what I'm trying to do is decrease cost of that printing over time. So those that like that printed copy could get it, and those that just want the email via constant contact. Because I have a little stack and now I have to either find a person to give them to or recycle them, but I could keep the PDFs forever. So something to think about in the future, totally micromanaging, but just like, you know, as a policy issue, that paper, just being conscious about it. Each individual in each household being conscious about that choice would be great.
Yeah, I appreciate the idea. I mean, I think something that's even floated in my mind from time to time, but I certainly don't want to take away this option, but something that I've thought about, and staff, you know, I'll further the discussion with staff, will determine if it's a reasonable approach, but is to put in the next printed newsletter an option for folks to opt in via email or through some other online platform. And perhaps if we have a big response to those that are responding to the invitation for an electronic measure, we could then start to scale back on the number of printed. But I certainly won't move in that direction if it compromises or jeopardizes someone who's relying on that printed publication.
Exactly.
So, but I appreciate the comment, and I made a note of it.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, and I will note, so I think there is, as part of the proposed cuts, you know, one of the smaller numbers is maybe I dropped the Zoom account. It was a lower number in the previous budget. I increased it, so to give us a little bit more flexibility and use of Zoom, but it is proposed that we could cut $500 and just manage our Zoom account using a lesser features. Community engagement here, it's very similar as it was presented. It is the exact same, I think, as it was last year. Also noted in the proposed cuts, you'll see a $2,500 reduction proposed if you're looking for cuts in the community engagement internship program. So I still strongly support and advocate for this program, but with all of the different changes that we have on the horizon for 2023, while I think an intern certainly can be very useful and helpful in achieving some goals, there's kind of more of a strategic rollout of some other activity that would be beneficial prior to bringing in an intern that provides some assistance. Internships are cost effective for sure, but they also take a lot of
Right.
upfront time to
Right.
get organized and
Flag it
onboarding.
to- I'm ready.
Yeah.
Do you wanna?
Yeah, so I agree with flagging that, because it
Okay.
not only, it saves a little bit of money, but
Yeah.
it does seem like a big undertaking, just having an intern is
Yeah.
a big undertaking, so at least for next year, and then if we found somebody for 24, we could budget that back in.
Great.
Can we go back to the Zoom?
Mhm.
I just want to make sure I understand this chart, so the Zoom accounts on here, is at $1,000? Am I looking
Right.
at the right thing?
Yes.
Okay. On this,
Bless you.
Let's see.
so that's reducing it to 500 or reducing it by?
Both.
Oh, yeah, there's another
By
number
500.
in this chart of 25,000.
Oh, so I don't, that's the total amount of the account. So if you look at 401(320), the total account
Oh,
is 25,000,
gotcha, gotcha.
and
Okay,
just,
okay.
and it's to illustrate that we would reduce it by 500. So it would go
Gotcha.
down to like
Thank you. I knew I was missing
24,000.
one step in there. Okay, perfect, thank you. I mean, if you think that's a, I don't
You'll
know.
find that there's small sums and then there's some larger
Yeah.
sums, so we just,
Let's flag it, but in the end, maybe we really wanna don't, like, pull that out, depending on what we decide in the end.
yeah,
But
I
we
don't
can
want to
flag it
risk
later.
anything that would enable James to have
Yeah.
all the control he needs during a meeting. Because
Right.
that's, like, they've been going so smoothly.
Mhm.
No,
Sorry.
no, sorry. I shouldn't have said
Knock, knock,
with,
yeah.
attendees.
Of it.
So, yeah, so I think,
But let's
That
flag
would
it
just-
for the end,
sure,
because then
sure,
we're gonna
sure.
get the total
Yeah, right.
picture and
Yeah.
know if that 500, if we
Makes-
really want to, it's like,
gotcha, yes.
yep.
great, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so then we will move right into, let's see, the transportation is just that reimbursement for those that travel. We have fleet vehicles, then we encourage employees to utilize them. However, when an employee is traveling, for longer than a work 8-hour day period, and perhaps they wanted to stop and visit a family member on the way, then, at times we'll approve for them to utilize their own vehicle with a reimbursement of mileage. I'm scrolling down. Everything seems pretty.
Are
Oh,
we still
so
doing a business roundtable?
that would be a goal that we have, and it was a goal we
Okay.
had this year.
Okay.
And admittedly, with some of the leadership changes, we just were unable to do
Uh-huh.
that.
Okay.
But it's certainly something that I would like to see prioritized.
Okay.
Prior
That's
to
fine.
realizing we were going to lose half of our administration department,
Yeah.
we wanted to certainly do a lot more outreach to businesses and
Okay.
building those relationships to be
Sounds
a
good. Yep.
yeah. Okay. So then moving back into we have executive recruitment kind of as a placeholder here. Whether it be, hopefully we don't have any executive recruitment needs, but also even just looking at some of the positions that we'll be recruiting for next year, maybe just utilizing segments of the services to do like a national search by just leveraging the resources that they have to put out. For example, like the advertising, or just tapping into those networks. And then we have staff recruitment. I reevaluated this. This is also added to the proposed cuts. We spent I don't recall exactly, maybe it was between 15,000, I'll say approximately 15,000 on staff hiring this year and doing advertising and onboarding cost. But we also filled a lot of vacant positions with some of the turnover that we've had over the last 2 years. The assistant manager has put some time into looking to see what options we might be able to utilize, maybe online subscriptions. If you look at Penn State, they're hiring, well, of course we have an expert in the room, but they subscribe to various different online programs where, depending on the position, they will utilize that. Of course, we don't have those level of resources, and I wouldn't recommend that we explore all of them. But when we, right now, typically what we'll do is we'll pay for an Indeed subscription for a period of time, which is very costly, and I haven't found it to be the most successful avenue to advertise. And when we try to also look at other options to increase diversity and try and tap into some of those online programs to increase awareness, well, we're still exploring those types of online programs, but other strategies the township's done in the past is, advertise in the print local newspaper, say in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. And while that's a very creative, strategic approach, print newspaper advertisements are very expensive. 3 or 4 lines, like 160 words, you're looking at near like over $1,000. I mean, it's very expensive. So we have a placeholder here as 18,000 as part of a proposed cut. I proposed a reduction of 8,000, which would still give this account 10,000. But again, we'll be looking as part of our HR business partner model, looking to have the person in that role be able to spend some time looking at more strategic approach to see what's been proved to be successful, and just being able to have some funds. Not that we want to plan on replacing or hiring, but if we need to, having a very strategic approach that's consistent for each position, or at least is mirroring the level of desired candidates we're looking for pending the available or the vacant position. If there aren't any questions there,
Yeah, I'd flag that. I think
Yeah.
that makes sense.
yeah, it's on the proposed.
I was gonna say, how much has Indeed cost? Because
A lot.
I have noticed, just even the online job boards, you're looking at costs from hundreds, if not a couple $1,000s for a job.
Yeah, James, do you recall the amount? If you don't recall, that's fine. I don't recall the exact amount, but I remember I remember saying, wow, that's almost 20,000. So whatever the actual number was. And again, we did fill 12
Right.
vacant full-time positions.
But
So-
you're calling out that this is part of succession planning, but we're beginning a policy discussion about it, but we're flagging it because we're trying to be a little bit more conservative, maybe, but, so let's flag it for
Okay.
further discussion, and then in the end, if it turns out it's less of a priority to need that, then we can back burner it or something like that. Okay.
I would also confirm the information in future discussion, but because I'm not quite sure if I'm right on it, but I think I heard like there's almost like 3 jobs for every employee looking for work, person looking for work right now as well. So something else to keep in mind.
So costs might go up to find an employee if
So,
you're looking for one.
Even though you are throwing out $18,000, are you really attracting?
Right, gotcha. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what they're talking about then. Very good, thank you.
All right, then we go into 401, 420, dues, subscription, memberships, and conferences. So it's the same conferences and the same professional development that we've listed every year, with the addition of providing support, training, and certification for our current HR administrator. But it's relatively a minimal amount and would provide the skills and interest to better serve the township. If there aren't any questions, we'll move right into,
Legal, page 78, looks like.
you got it, Madam Chair.
So definitely we definitely want to have, I know we try to be very accurate with our budget. I want to make sure we have enough budget here, because when we need the solicitor to consult, we need the solicitor to consult. So, do we feel good about this amount? I'm flagging it for the opposite reason. Just, is this, yeah?
I will share with you that it's increased just by 5,000. I was unable to get exact quotes.
Okay.
And if the board, I know the board has discussed a few times having the solicitor attend maybe at least on a quarterly basis or attending in some type of regularity. That number does not account for that. The increase of 5,000 from 35,000 to 40,000 is simply based on understanding that their costs are increasing slightly. It doesn't actually account for expected increased use of services.
Well, I'm gonna defer to you if you wanna consider the meeting presence, I'm sorry, everybody should consider the meeting presence, but I am not, as a chair, going to consider the meeting presence of the solicitor. So, I have found that it would have been useful multiple times this year and in the past. But for me, it's still slightly unpredictable, and I don't know that I'd be ready to commit to that or not. So that would be what I would say about that. But there is a need, so somewhere in there.
Yeah, there could be. I mean, she does attend on occasion when needed. You know, it's like she's been present at different times during different discussions. So,
Does this assume that same, without having direct quotes, does this assume that same level of service as we've received?
Yeah, I think it does. I think we've had her at 3 meetings this year. You know, one advantage point, and again, I'm not necessarily making this recommendation right now, but one advantage point is that she would have it in her schedule, right? So that we would say, we would be asking her to consider being available, you know.
Is that a guarantee then that she's committed, she has to come? Because we cancel meetings, some are shorter, you know, I guess I don't know how the contract works, so.
I would here's what I would recommend, that we proceed with this.
Yes,
And
okay.
if we see that we go over significantly, we do have quite a few ordinances slated to be reviewed and enacted next year. The single-use plastic ordinance will be at least reviewed, and should the board carry that policy forward, the anti-discrimination ordinance, which will be in front of the board at the first meeting in December, as well as the TSD ordinance update. So we do have quite a few ordinances that will be in front of the board for review, and certainly involve the solicitor. Predominantly, we've been successful, and when I say we, I mean staff, at having those interactions prior to the board meeting. But there are times, as you know, that you, as the board, ask for her attendance and involvement for conversation. So with that said, my recommendation would be that we would be fine as is, and then we just kind of reevaluate, understanding we might want to make that adjustment and request to the solicitor this time next year.
yeah, I wouldn't want to reduce any service or involvement on her end in any meetings, I guess, at the rate that we have had in the past. So if you think that this accomplishes that, at least, I mean, I'm nervous about committing to, you know,
More?
once a month if we don't need it. But, you know, I do appreciate that there have been several times when we've said, well, we need to go back.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm comfortable with that too, is waiting and saying we need a
Yeah.
consultation.
Yeah. As long as we don't have to get into a budget amendment and stuff to do that, because we have enough funds to transfer if we need to. Do we? We don't know yet until we get to the end.
We would be
I
fine.
mean, I know that's not
So-
ideal, and you want to rarely do that,
Right.
but like, it's just been a barrier in the past. I'm not saying with this solicitor, but you never want to hit a budget ceiling when you need the solicitor's time. And it's somewhat unpredictable, and anyway, so.
Well, if what I'm hearing is that we certainly are interested in having her, we're just not quite committed to do a consistent schedule. So
Yes.
perhaps what we might consider, or the board might
Yeah.
consider,
There
is
it is.
increasing it to 50,000. And if we don't use it, we don't use it,
Let's
and
do
then we'll
that.
have the funds if we do
That's
use
it.
it, and we can evaluate the number of times that she attended to determine if we want to schedule.
Yes.
Okay.
What a wonderful idea.
I will
Thank you.
flag that.
Sorry, we
Thank
flagged
you.
it and resolved it, we think. Okay, very good. But flag it for the amendment at the end. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And let's see, then we move in on to page 81.
81.
All right, so here with the 407 information technology, there is a little bit of a narrative. It does provide a little bit of information about some of the steps that the township took this year. We had budgeted some funds in 2022 to conduct a vulnerability scan, and we engaged Hammer Tech to do that service. They were also the ones that did the service for COG. They just recently submitted to me their report, so I'd like to get that in front of the board so you can have a little bit more of a deep dive to some of the vulnerabilities that they were able to identify. And they focused, again, more on the infrastructure and the vulnerability. They we refer to them, I mentioned yesterday, I think I kind of said master service, and so I would like to correct myself for the record. As noted here, it's a managed service provider. That's referred to as an MSP, and Ferguson Township actually has 2 MSPs. We contract with the State College Borough, and they provide the services for us. The State College Borough IT Department provides the services for Ferguson Township's Police Department. They manage all of our equipment and our IT needs as it relates to our police department. And then, of course, as you know, we contract with Hinton and Associates. And so the narrative gives a little bit of an overview with some of that information. And again, I can give more details at a future meeting. One of the recommendations that I did mention yesterday briefly is an information technology specialist to have here on site. So I'd say that's one of the bigger items that are brought into this budget as a result of the recommendation in the report. But also, as you know, we had in the CIP long before that this was just based on some of the written and verbal, I don't want to say that they're complaints, but just expressed need for some services as it relates to IT, because some of our staff kind of get bogged down with troubleshooting and managing some of the issues. And while that is a concern for me, one thing I didn't mention much yesterday, but I'll just reiterate today, is the cybersecurity, being sure that that Hinton can remain focused on, when they are here, on keeping our infrastructure and everything safe, and then allowing someone here on site who can kind of serve as that liaison to provide some strategic services, and provide that liaison to Hinton and State College Borough IT, and our staff, and respond to some of the IT troubleshooting needs that we have here. And so moving into general expense, it's miscellaneous, 500, a minimal increase. And then we have, of course, our electronic equipment maintenance. There is an increase here. Again, this reflects some of the recommendations, and also looking to better understand and explore options that we can use, such as within our access to technology, to streamline some of our processes and assist with some of the manual, or I shouldn't say assist, but replace some of the manual efforts that we currently do. There's a lot of work that gets done, and even at my level, to prepare the agenda. So one addition that you'll see here is the electronic agenda management software. And so that annual subscription, this ties in with our actual website. So everything is not just streamlined, and provides, for the department heads to go in and put in their agendas, or even in a public meeting while we're talking and wanting to say, okay, let's put this on for a future agenda meeting. Wow. We can go in and just put the agenda topic, and it'll remind department heads. There's a lot of different features here that would be really helpful.
That's because that's really deep workflow right there. Right. That's good.
Right. So again, the systems, we have very good systems that you can look back and you can see everything's been managed very well. And when there was less to manage, I think there was more time to do it that way.
Right. Different decade, et cetera.
Now there's this technology.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Let's do it.
And so moving down through, I don't see a lot of changes here. There was a Microsoft Defender XDR for the endpoint. So this is essentially a scan to just have, and Eric, you feel free to give a little bit more of an expanded version of what this does. But it's the way it works essentially is that there's something 24/7 monitoring all of our endpoints to ensure that there are no corrupt, what do we call them? Agents.
Okay.
Agents.
Okay. Excellent.
Right. So instead of being reactive, it's a software system designed to just run scans. Right. It's this electronic surveillance. All right. So I'm kind of moving through here. I'm looking at.
I have a comment.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam
No,
Chair.
that's fine. Please, no, these are my favorite meetings in that most of the work is not my
Are we under 407, 252?
We're there, yep, about
Yes.
there, really close, yep. We
Is
were in
that-
the
is that-
table above it for a
Okay,
little
I had a
while.
comment for that table, so I can
Yeah.
Oh, and
No, we already went through there. yeah.
407-252?
Yes.
Okay, so we are currently reviewing it. We just were about midway through at Microsoft Defender XDR.
Okay.
Okay.
I had a question near the bottom.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Oh, I kind of thought we were already through it too.
Yeah, I was, I can be done. There's,
I mean, do we want to just say, I'm sorry, do we want to just say, does anyone want to point out or ask any questions about any specific program? I mean, I'm already recognizing a lot of these names and I could maybe flag something if I wanted to, but we could also go through it. Dave Modricker, you have an idea? Yep.
Yeah, and I apologize. This is a discussion I should have with the manager and the finance director, but I'm bringing it up here.
Here we are.
The Microsoft Office 365 licenses, the 13, to do collaborative document sharing within the department. If that's the mechanisms to do it, I'd appreciate some consideration to increase the licenses. If that's the most cost-effective way for us to do collaborative document sharing. I know we do it at the department head level. I'm talking about doing it within.
With the engineers.
Yeah.
so I want to acknowledge that there is a bit of a price increase with this. It
Okay.
also came at it's also a recommendation from Hammer Tech that
Okay.
certainly not a high threat or a high vulnerability, but when we have various levels of email accounts, email licensing, there's a level of vulnerability, a very
bit
low.
of a glazing over. I'm
Right.
with you. I'm with you.
Right. So and I think while it certainly helps support and minimize any types of vulnerabilities, what I'm hearing from Dave Modricker, and I too agree with what he's saying, and I'm thinking through this as I'm talking, is that it allows for collaboration, right? So,
Without the vulnerability.
right.
There,
It's
I'm
a
there.
win-win.
You don't have to explain the
it-
tech
yeah,
details.
so we could-
If I can get the general idea.
Right, and it's a
So-
win-win.
Yep.
It also is a cost, right? So if we want to increase
The
by
increase,
even,
yeah.
say let's say 12, right?
Why don't
He's
we
probably
say
got
3?
6.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
engineers, we've got stormwater engineer, assistant engineer, township
Oh,
engineer.
because if one, then all,
Tech.
because it would be their
It's their-
collaboration
right,
thing.
because again, as
I
we
see, okay.
do, and he's
Gotcha.
probably realizing now too what benefits there are when we talk about agenda
Okay.
software. It's the same concept when you're using the SharePoint and you're able to collaborate. You can, instead of sending a Word document, for example, and then saying,
Yeah, you just
please
send
put
a
your
link
track,
and then
you
you
send
go
a
in
link and
there.
you're just writing
Yeah.
in. So
We do that with the
exactly,
farmer's
it's like
market.
Google
Yeah,
Drive.
That's what we use there. So it would
Um,
essentially double this number if we're
right.
looking at.
Mhm.
I mean, let's flag it and look at that and maybe pencil in making that 25 or 26 licenses and,
So you're saying double 3,700, that's not
because she's saying to
that
add.
much.
Right.
Is there some other additional fees, like then it doubles 78 other
It
things
could,
too?
that's why I was saying like.
There's one nice thing about this too, the next line down, you
Yeah.
reduce that
Yep.
exact same number of the exchange licenses.
Oh,
So
because
the
it
cost
serves
is
in
not-
the
So if we
format that
replace-
you
right.
use.
Because we would eliminate the exchange and replace it with the office.
So
And
there's a
Hinton Associates,
savings.
or Hinton and Associates also recommend this as well.
Can we flag that and look
Yeah,
at
let's flag it.
changing
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, so the change in the corresponding, yep.
But yeah, you're right, it's probably double plus the additional.
Now you need to build a new building.
Yes.
It's just supervisor humor. Okay, thank you.
If I may add, while
Yes.
we are flagging that, since we
Yes.
had also flagged Zoom, understanding people are familiar with Zoom, Microsoft does offer a program called Teams, which acts similar to Zoom.
Don't you nod your head. No, go ahead. I'm just kidding, because I just finally learned Zoom, and that's my punchline of my joke.
We use Teams internally
Okay.
every day, all the time. It is
Oh.
yes.
You like
For public
Teams.
meetings, we
Yeah.
do the Zoom.
Right.
Okay.
For
That's
security reasons.
where we would want to keep the Zoom for
Like,
public
well,
meetings.
no.
Not everybody has it's not,
It's not fun.
Teams is good if you have the collaboration tools, right? If you have some
Gotcha.
version of the SharePoint, but it's not always easy for everyone to utilize Teams. And I'm hearing from a supervisor right now, and I've had that feedback. So Teams is good for those of us that can utilize Teams because it's in our software system. It's not always an
Jeremy,
easy
you can hang out with
transition.
staff and use Teams all you want.
Okay, I will just leave it at, I understand.
Yeah.
Though I would beg to differ that they have
Okay.
been working on making a lot more accessible, since there
Fair
are
enough.
a lot of organizations using that for webinars and whatnot.
Fair
so.
enough.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
maybe in the
good point.
future, after they work out a few more of those interface kinks, not that they have kinks,
Right.
but our inability to use them.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm going in a bad direction. Let's get back on Yes.
All right.
Thank
I'm
you.
also thinking of the standpoint, instead of duplicating certain programs, if there
Right,
was abilities
absolutely.
for us to
Thank
easily
you.
utilize something we're already.
That we're already doing.
Already using for,
Absolutely
So,
agree,
yeah.
agree. Thank you very much. That is a very good goal. Thank you.
so also where my head
Get
was
the
coming
fossils
from.
off the board. Thank you. All right, and back, yes, and we are, and at the table, do you want to go through each item? Does the board?
We're
We're almost through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
okay.
are almost through it, and I don't need to go through each item, but I will point out the
Yeah.
ones that have
Good.
increased,
Yes,
right? So to
thank
be
you.
fully transparent. So Springbrook, while we look to upgrade our current Springbrook application, I think 7 maybe, and move towards the digital cloud-based, again, it reduces that level of vulnerability. It's cloud-based, but more importantly, in this particular example, there is a extreme benefit here to an extreme benefit and opportunities that allows us to move away from the paper-based workflow system and allow for the accounts receivable and the accounts payable systems and the inner workflow to begin with, just submitting an invoice and then letting it go through the workflow system right up until the checks are paid, as opposed to the system we currently have. So it's our current payment, annual payment to Springbrook, I think is maybe $18,000. So this increases our annual payment by $10,000 to $12,000 to give us the benefit of the cloud-based option with the features.
It's a lot, but it's a really good benefit, and I can see how that is also compatible with the staff request to really bring that, efficiency to that part of it. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for thinking of all the different strategies to support
Yeah, we're gonna
the goals.
move in.
Oh, yes.
All right, well, so with that, then we'll move into 407, 452, computer services. So this is just our general account that allows for us to do replacement of our laptops, and we cycle them through based on a variety of different factors. And then we have 407, 750, replacement equipment, and it's standard annual usual business there. If there aren't any questions, then we'll roll into economic development on page 144. All right, so we have here in 144, on page 144, economic development. We have here, this line item is for, it's a bit of a jump. We had budgeted last year 52,000, and we were projected to spend just about 8,250, and we have budgeted about 20,000, and so this line item accounts for some economic development initiatives, also including putting together like a bit of a strategic vision for a path forward. And should the board approve for the additional staff position, the economic and community development planner, this individual would have access to move forward some of this strategic vision activity. And even if it's not this person, whether the board approves or doesn't approve, this would still allow for some funds to be able to mobilize some activity in partnership with some of our local businesses, as well as provide funds to provide, for example, a grant match for the HVAB Route 45 Getaways grant funding.
I like the idea of grant matches.
And then we have also a line item at the request of the board for economic development Pine Grove Mills, farmers market contribution of $3,000. And that wraps up the section under administration.
Questions?
Do we have to partly recuse from anything related to the
Oh,
market?
okay.
Or,
Well, are people going to talk about that? Did me just saying questions?
I don't know, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if in a budget item, if that,
No,
No,
so this is, I mean, the board had discussed this, not, this year you did discuss this, but it was also discussed last year, and the board had voted
just-
to move toward creating this account.
Yeah.
In the 2022 budget, it just didn't make it there, so really, we're just bringing it in based on the motion that was made last year.
I just
Okay,
think
so-
Lisa's asking if we have to recuse ourselves from the whole budget.
no, just from discussion, I guess, so.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that what it would be, just from discussion, and now it's in there because the
I
discussion
see.
occurred last year?
Yeah, but if we wanted
And I
to discuss
understand.
it specifically again, we would recuse, but technically, just for the record, we are really taking our recusal seriously because we don't profit at all from it. We just do a lot of work.
Yes.
So,
Yes, there's
yeah.
no personal,
But nonetheless,
no personal gain
Yeah,
from
we
that.
are being excessively careful, but
That's
we
it.
do typically recuse.
Would it help if Patty and I said we're good with Pine
I
Grove Mills
think
Farmers
that-
Market?
Without me
Probably.
asking you to do that, yeah. Well, yeah. Of course,
Yeah, but,
of course,
Okay.
absolutely. So there we
But
go.
I have no
Thank
comments.
you, thank you.
I'm good with everything that was presented by the manager.
Okay.
So can I just ask, did you say why the budget was 52,000 in '22, and then it was only, maybe you said it, and then it was only
I didn't
8,500
say it.
spent? Oh, okay.
Last year, prior to the legislation changing the way that municipalities could use art funds, we had dedicated $40,000 to use for economic development of art funding. And so while it does say that we're projected 8,200, I am still trying to advance conversations with this grant funding business, and the name is lost on me right now. I think of the name Tracy, but I can't think of the business. But it's a grant funding development business that currently, I believe, Patton Township as well as the State College Borough has engaged to consult for them to seek out various grant funding strategies to support initiatives that the municipality has engaged. So I probably made that a little bit more confusing, so let me back up. So the art funds were provided there for economic development as the board of voted to do so in the budget for 2022. Still looking to spend some of that, but I'm not sure that we will get there this year.
Thank you, that explains it. So can we flag this, because I'd like to bring it back after we have that other community and economic development plan or discussion.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, and then, if no other questions, we'll move on to planning and zoning. Also, I know I guaranteed we'd be out on time yesterday. I didn't make that guarantee today, so.
You were only one
It's
minute late.
deliberation night, so that's different, just warning everybody. So we're on to planning and zoning. Jenna Wargo, Director of Planning and Zoning, I believe is with us on Zoom, but I'm not seeing.
Yep.
Hi, Jenna, welcome. We are just getting our Zoom screen, there we are, screen back up, and you can take it away, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I believe I start on page 112, the Planning and Zoning Department. So this is our staffing with the Economic and Community Development Planner position that was included in the 2023 and to 2027 Capital Improvement Plan. So just to touch on what that person would do, they'd be responsible for assisting and supporting existing businesses in the township, and essentially to help them prosper and expand, and ideally to recruit more businesses to the township. So they would take a comprehensive approach and meeting our needs, using a process that recognizes economic, physical, and social development interrelationships. They would support the mission and goals identified in the Pine Grove Mills Small Area Plan, the Center County Affordable Housing Plan, and the Township Strategic Plan by assisting us with our economic housing, recreation, and other initiatives that have been identified in those plans. They would assist in enhancing existing and developing new programs and interacting with the business community. So that's local nonprofit organizations, SCASD, Center County Chamber of Business and Industry, and the township would explore partnerships and memorandums of understanding to help fund this position. So the planning, if anyone has any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. I can't see all of you very well. So
Sorry, yeah.
definitely yell.
Yeah, I should put my Zoom on. Any questions on that specifically? The general thoughts on utilization of that position? Okay, no thoughts on that?
No, but we'll be going through,
Yep,
yeah.
That's my understanding as well. Yep. If not, we'll catch up at the end. Yep, thank you, Jenna, you can go ahead, thank you so much.
All right, so moving on. Our mission, we provide quality service to the community by acting as a team to accomplish the duties and always communicate respectively with residents, engineers, applicants, anyone that we work with day-to-day basis. So typically, the Planning and Zoning Department, we review our land use ordinances, amend them as necessary to accommodate for future changes in the tax base. We identify diverse types of development, how they impact the tax base and the services that are provided by them. And then we will continue to assist with workforce housing guidelines and participate with the membership and Center County Housing and Land Trust. So while the Pine Hall Master Plan TTT development is still going through litigation, we do have that second land development plan in the Terrace Streetscape District, which is required to provide us either workforce units or workforce fee and lieu monies. So that we are anticipating in 2023 as well. We examine our zoning regulations to identify any areas that can be modified to promote agriculture, sustainability, and value-added businesses. And we also look at our permitting processes, any way that we can ease what we require for businesses and locals to get through this process as quickly and judicially as possible. So what we worked on in 2022, our big subdivision land development plans, was the West College Student Housing Development that is currently under development right now at the corner of Buckout and West College. We have the 104 West College Avenue vertical mixed use building. So that will be the block next to the one that is currently under development. So the first high-rise that's under development right now, they were in prior to the township amending our workforce housing ordinance. So they did not have to comply with our workforce housing ordinance. However, 104 West College will have to. We had the Orchard Square Land Development Plan, Farmstead View Subdivision Plan, the Peace Center Cemetery Plan, Nittany Dental Land Development Plan, Tussey Tracks / Center Animal Hospital Land Development Plan, the Center Volunteers in Medicine, Democopolis Minor Land Development Plan, IMPT Subdivision Plan, MP Machinery, Salvation, Infusion Japanese Steakhouse Land Development Plan started and was withdrawn recently. And then amendments that we worked on this year, we had our comprehensive update to the Saldo and zoning, and that was based on our comprehensive update that we underwent and completed at the end of 2019. There were some errors and omissions, and that was a very long, detailed process tracking all of those errors and omissions, making sure we got it right. We amended our official map, and we are working on the Terrace Streetscape District Ordinance rewrite. And then we spent some time drafting the home burial zoning ordinance amendment with Planning Commission. And we also completed the Act 50 small cell wireless facilities in the right-of-way and are starting the AT&T text amendment request with Planning Commission as well. We only had one conditional use this year, which is great. Those are very time intensive. They require a lot of legal advertisements and processes that I manage to ensure that we are going about it properly. We work with the Pine Grove Mill Small Area Plan Advisory Committee, establishing their next steps in implementing that small area plan. And we will continue to work with Finance Department on our escrows and their statuses to ensure that they don't go into the negatives. We're staying on top of that. It requires a good amount of people to ensure that we are always staying above those amounts. So we always issue permits. We're always working with the public for zoning inspections, minor alteration plans, and ordinance enforcement, grass, weeds, snow, etc. 2023, we're looking for our new projects. The new stuff will be continuing with the Terrace Streetscape zoning district rewrite. We are continuing to implement the workforce housing MOU that will provide that programmatic structure to ensure that the required workforce housing developed in Turnberry, Pine Hall, and the Terrace Streetscape District is appropriately managed. That will be coordinated with the Center County Housing and Land Trust. Since the township does have that MOU with the Land Trust, we are on the board. I sit on that for the township as a representative. And we will continue to create. Is that a question?
No, I think that was some sort of an IT weird garble.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. And then we'll just continue to coordinate the traditional town development master plan, the applicants, the SIPs, the individual phases, where a lot of our PRDs actually, we're seeing a lot of older applicants with incomplete PRDs coming back in. So maybe they are going to start developing the rest of those PRDs. We will assist administration in updating the recreation parks and open space plan. And we will continue to support the project development for the Pine Grove Mills and the Northland Area Transportation Mobility Study. And probably the biggest project that we've been working on throughout this year and will implement next year is the Tracer permitting software. So that is the software that is provided by Code. Ideally, all of the regional municipalities will join in on that. It is a free service to us provided by them, but it is a lot of work on the back end, ensuring all of our permits, all of our applications, all the information that we maintain in our current system, Munis, is transmitted over properly. So that's where a lot of our time has been spent this year. Any questions on that stuff? We'll get into
Thank you,
line
Jenna.
items.
Any questions? That was a really good overview. I'm exhausted just hearing it, frankly. Thank you. Please continue. Thank you.
All right, so changes to salaries. I'll just call it the ordinance enforcement officer salary. That was a part-time position that went full-time this year. So we have hired Felicia Ironman. She is running around the township. She's only been here since the beginning of October, and she is doing a marvelous job, is already ready to be booting vehicles throughout the township. She is really a go-getter on that. With that, her uniform budget, I believe we had enough just to get her stuff for the end of summer, fall. She's going to need to be outfitted for the winter as well. Office supplies with the new staffing. We do our best to scrounge around, see what we have here, but we like to keep anything in there for new employees. Let's see, new stuff. Professional services, I will highlight. So this is zoning hearing board. Solicitor, stenographer, professional expert testimony. So we broke down costs for the stenographer, the current hourly rate of Jeff Stover. He is the solicitor for the zoning hearing board, estimating 3 hours a meeting. one meeting a month for zoning hearing board. In the past, they have met twice in a month if needed. However, we like to keep it to once a month. Additionally, we have included money in here for the zoning hearing board solicitor and professional expert testimony as contingency. So a lot of the requests that we receive are for floodplain variance requests, et cetera. And when the board will not support the request, we like to have our expert stormwater engineer attend, which does cost some money. So we are trying to bake that in case that situation arose in 2023. Going down, advertising, printing, scanning. So this was increased for the addition of the Pine Grove Mills Small Area Plan Committee. So planning department, we manage planning commission, the Pine Grove Mills Small Area Plan Committee, the zoning hearing board. So all the advertisement for those ABCs, conditional uses, rezonings, variances, appeals. In addition, we added the advertising funds for all township ordinances in this fund because usually I am involved on some level for those. Centrise and I did our best to estimate the ordinance amendments that we see coming in 2023 to get to that number. And we've broken down that cost in the table below, mostly with that general code ordinance codification. We do that typically twice a year, just to ensure that our online code is up to date with the amendments that we do. I do need to note that the overall 2023 budget needs to be updated to 24,000 though. And then dues, subscriptions, memberships. This did go up, and I will call out specifically why. So every year we have our national conference for the American Planning Association. Every year they like to change the location of it. So one year it'll be in the West, one year it'll be the central United States, and next year it will be in the East. So this year it is taking place in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and when it is that close, I do like to provide that opportunity for the community planner to attend to get that national context and planning experience that we don't get at our state planning meetings. So that is a one-time thing for this year because that conference is close. We have the ability to drive to it as opposed to flying across country. Additionally, we did reach out to Penn Prime for the PA Governor Safety Conference. Our zoning administrator, he is our safety officer for the township as well. And they do provide us a $750 scholarship for him to attend that. So that was a new thing. And I believe he actually got it for this year because they do have this conference later in the year. So he was able to capture that for this year and then get it for next year as well.
Hang on one second, Jenna. Thank you so much. Do we have a question in the room?
Yeah, I do. Jenna, are you, was the zoning administrator able to confirm that he was able to get that $750 reimbursement for next year? Because I don't know that
We just have to email Penn Prime in January and they will provide that to us.
Thank you so much. Did you get that? Yep.
No, I serve on the board. I just don't remember us. But yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. And there another question popped up as well.
And then, did you say that the amount of the budget for the advertising is different than what's in here, or did I mishear or something?
Yeah, I was confused about that.
The advertising for...
The advertising, printing, and scanning line, is that...
You said something about $25,000, and both Lisa and I heard it, but didn't comprehend it.
Yeah, the breakout table below is 24,000, and then the overall 2023 above has it at 14,000.
Oh, so we
That
need
was
to
the
fix
one thing I
that.
want to correct.
So there's an error in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that...
The overall 2023 budget has 14,000, but if you add up the amounts in the table, we had increased the general code ordinance codification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just gonna flag that for
yeah.
an amendment because it's a change, even though it's not really a change, it's a typo? Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, we also might talk about moving that in under the executive for codification. So
Oh, yeah.
I'll flag that and we'll follow
Okay,
up.
yeah, that
about
makes
that.
sense. Thanks. Yep. So I mean, Jenna, they do a lot of that, but there's other ordinances too, so maybe we just wanna put that in there and worry less about what department it's coming from is.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Jenna and I talked about this briefly, and I remember at the time we were kind of waffling where
Yep.
it might go.
Yep.
So
We'll
either
flag it
way,
for a
we'll
question.
just make sure the money's there to ensure the amendments are done and
Yeah.
the codification. So I'm glad that, thank you, Jenna, for noting
Okay.
that we need to increase it to 24, so there's not that oversight in the actual Excel budget.
Very good. Okay, looks like, we are at the end of page 117. Okay.
That seems to be it for me. COG.
Are you coming back again? Because there are things like studies that we typically talk about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll be here all night, folks.
I just didn't see it in the agenda. I didn't see that section in the agenda.
For the what?
I don't know what I'm talking about right now, so let me just say that. But I remember in previous years that I would always complain about one of the studies that we were talking about doing, and Lisa kept trying to explain to me, no, it's about this, and it was
I
like
don't know, but I think it might be Public Works that
under
we're thinking
Public
of.
Works.
Maybe.
Okay,
There
but
was-
for some reason I always think it's Jenna.
It might be the
Okay.
Well, they're related. There's a township-wide transportation study that was
Okay,
in the CIP.
it's not that one.
So I think I recall what you're
It's a
referring to.
growth
It's in the
analysis
capital-
study or something.
Oh.
But I think we pushed, didn't.
Yeah, that got pushed in the CIP.
Okay, so it got pushed in the CIP,
Right,
so that it
Jenna?
would be under Jenna's section, but
Yeah.
that's why we're not seeing
I think
it.
they both got pushed, yeah.
Yep.
That's why, okay, thank you so much for entertaining that.
Thank you, because I did have that question too.
Okay.
So the only thing I want to flag is the economic development planner
Position, okay.
position.
Okay. Thank you. And so there will be no other sections that we talk about planning and zoning, but we will revisit it at the end when we do our deliberation. Okay, very good.
Well, that's not actually true.
Oh,
And
okay.
So, and I know Jenna might actually, she was considering leaving. Jenna, you have a section in Fund 30, the T2 equipment
Yeah.
request. So
Page 182.
Right, so if you'd like to, understanding that you might want to leave early if you're done, if you want to go, if the board would give consideration,
Yeah.
we could jump to that quickly and that would give
Sure,
Jenna the option.
absolutely,
Okay.
yeah, because, I mean, later when we're deliberating, we have all the information she's presented,
Right,
and so, thank you. Great.
All right, so on page 182, the planning committed funds, so this amount includes our remaining funds for the Terrace Streetscape Rewrite Project, as well as a request by our department for the T2 Systems Parking Enforcement Managing System, and that would manage our on-street parking permits and aid in parking enforcement. That would negate clean certification for the ordinance enforcement officer and additional state requirements. So what that means is, because in that position, historically, being so closely tied in with the police department, they had to go through clean certification and state requirements, which requires that they have certain office specs. It has to be a locked office. They wouldn't be able to share a office nor be in a cubicle. There were additional requirements with this. So this program would reduce those requirements. It manages it all on the back end. Any of the users would not be able to see that sensitive information from the state. It would reduce operating and personnel costs. So that's not just in the police department and planning and zoning. This includes finance as well, while resulting in increased revenue to the township. So all the parking and permit data and tickets are entered manually right now and must be monitored on a daily basis to ensure that tickets don't expire. If someone were to come in and pay a ticket in person, finance has to review those logs. I think Paula does it every 2 weeks. She provides that info to the police department to update them on any tickets that have been paid and by who. Police department updates the OEO so they know when they're out and about, oh, this person has paid, I don't need to boot their car, et cetera, et cetera. So we're always behind, at least on a 2-week lag currently, because of our manual processing systems. So what I did here, I worked with the police department and sort of got some data, basic data. So this request, there is a greater upfront cost of $9,500. That's a one-time cost, and that's to implement the system. And that includes a pay kiosk, it includes the device that the ordinance enforcement officer would use, as well as their online system, training, et cetera. This program also has a collection system. So if people don't pay their tickets, this program will go out and find them for us. We don't have to do that. It comes with the Verizon data plan and personalized training for people that are using that system. So we're not locked into just only the OEO can use this. Police, they have the ability to get in here and look to see tickets that have been paid. They can also use this system as well. So it doesn't just stop at the OEO. Police can use this. They can still write basic tickets and enter it into the system. It just takes out that manual management processing that we have done at the township. So I looked at our 2019 parking ticket statistics, and for $15 for a parking ticket fine, roughly, it's more if you're in a handicap spot in front of a fire hydrant, et cetera. But so in 2019, which I like to use because COVID years are a little bit wonky, we had, keep in mind, this is the police department and the part-time OEO. We now have a full-time OEO, so that's, at that time, they issued 1,184 tickets. That is $17,760 in revenue. And really, I'm just breaking this down to show that this system pays for itself in the first year if we were to capture all parking ticket payments, which we don't right now, because the biggest issue that I have seen with our existing enforcement practices is that there's no ownership of the process because it involves so many different people in it. So that's the beauty of this system. It manages every step of our enforcement process, from the license plate recognition to the mobile payment system. And that allows us to bring our entire parking enforcement process into one centralized system, which is priceless. It simplifies our operations and creates efficiencies across the board. So ideally, that would be a great thing for the township, and potentially to expand where we have our on-street parking permits. Right now, it's only on Beaver. But if we have a system in place that is flawless like this, I mean, the potential is limitless for it. And that was the one request that we do have in the budget for this year.
I love it. I mean, definitely don't get a parking ticket in Ferguson Township in the future. Like, if you thought you could in the past, you can't in the future. So just like that.
Yeah, no, I think Jenna did a great overview. Thanks for going thoroughly on our existing practices and talking a little bit about the program. I just also want to share with the board, of course, this is strongly recommended on the side of staff and even by your manager. We did, one thing that Jenna did take some time to do is reach out and talk with State College Borough just to see if this would be one of those regional shared services that would be beneficial for us to consider.
Right.
So she did take some time. She met with the director over at the State College Borough. We also reached out and talked to Penn State just to see what options existed. And after doing a detailed analysis, it was quite clear that Sure, there's an upfront investment one-time cost, but the service pays for itself. And then, of course, after we looked in to see exactly what the paper-based workflow process looked like that spanned across multiple departments, it was hands down to move forward with this recommendation. So,
Yes.
thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
I just wanted to ask, the pay stations or the kiosks, is that something that's in the lobby then for someone to pay their tickets?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have to wait or come in between 8 to 5. They could come right into the lobby and pay there instantly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Nice, all right. Is everything with planning and zoning now?
I think so.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Jenna.
Oh, I will, actually, Jenna
yeah.
has one more. Jenna, the natural resource
You
conservation.
keep thinking you're gonna go, but not.
Sorry
quite
about
yet.
that, Jenna.
Yep.
Just
Gotcha.
kidding.
I had a moment of hesitation even, but okay.
Sorry about that, Madam
All
Chair.
right. What page was that, Teresa?
That is on page 143.
Thank you.
There. And actually, every year I'm always interested by this because I never provide any info on this. So I'm happy to read the narrative. I have not touched this. This line item, it represents the contribution towards Spring Creek Watershed Commission. So in 2022, the Watershed Commission requests an increase in the township's allocation to 1,990 cents. And then the Spring Creek Watershed Monitoring, so that represents the annual Spring Creek Watershed Monitoring Project contribution. The township has participated in this program annually since 2000, and the amount for 2022 is projected to remain the same as 2021.
Thank you so much. So first, I'm also confused about why this is under Jenna and not Public Works, because just in the Harris Township budget meeting last night, they mentioned how they were going to use the Spring Creek Watershed Commission technical advice team or some such like that to help them offset some sort of cost for something that they're designing that has to do with water at a pond, maybe a pond at a church. That part was unclear. The point that I was focused on was utilizing the technical capacity of another entity, and now we're seeing this money. It's a small amount, but the way they were talking, it would be like a public works project, like MS4E kind of feel to it. So do we know why this is under planning and zoning as opposed to public works? And it's not a big deal, right? But
Well,
is there
if we're gonna move it to Public Works, Fund 20 would probably be the appropriate place.
okay.
And you may see where there's some partnerships that we've established there for the education and outreach portion of the MS4 permit.
Yeah.
It may be Clearwater Conservancy, I'm not sure if we're using
Right.
the Spring Creek portion of it. But, and also the stormwater engineers reached out, and when we have a time to present to you at a work session, you'll hear from some of the agencies he's considering partnering with on different
great.
projects.
That's great. So do you concur, and again, it's not a big deal, that maybe this belongs with that stuff, so it's sort of all organized together, and we don't have to do it tonight, but maybe in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly flag it
Okay.
to move it to a different fund. This is one of those, I haven't had
Yeah.
to use this card yet, but
Totally.
there are some things that I just take and I plug and play.
Yep.
And this agenda from last year
Yep.
is one of those.
Yep,
So,
yep, yep.
for me at this
I
point.
believe it happens every year since Teresa said the same thing. I did not touch this fund, and Dave would go on his spiel about it.
Right. Oh, so
We can
you
just continue.
And then
got it.
we
All
probably
right.
say something like, we probably have bigger fish to fry, so let's not worry about it.
Let's
Get
just
it,
keep
fish
going.
fry, Spring Creek.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a thought.
I'll flag it so we
Yep,
can talk
great,
about moving it.
Great. And then just one question about the Spring Creek Watershed Monitoring endeavor. My understanding is that that does go directly to the Clearwater Conservancy budget. That's my understanding, and then they run that program. It's not that they don't do anything for it, they run that program then. I wonder if that's correct. Could somebody confirm that? Again, it's not like for the budget, but for the future discussions and thoughts of how we're partnering with that particular entity in all these various ways. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, did we do community development and housing with the Housing and Land Trust? We might have done that.
I do think Jenna reviewed
Okay,
that.
okay, so then I do have a question,
Okay,
sorry.
yep, you're not leaving yet, Jenna, go ahead. Yeah.
So the amount to, the Center County Housing and Land Trust,
Page,
that is on page 144.
thank you.
That's what I have. So, it was a little bit higher than projected this year. It's projected at 25. So we pay that each year. Did we? I'm trying to remember
We
the
did.
conversation, and because I know that I don't.
Yep, we did.
Okay, so will this money then retroactively come out of the fee in lieu is my question. We pay, I don't have a problem paying this. I don't want to flag
Yeah.
this and remove it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if it's
Accruing?
accruing, and
Yeah.
so that when that is paid,
Right.
those monies come back out, because this was established to support that program. So if once those monies are received as a fee in lieu payment, then that could be refunded to this
And
budget.
the way I was seeing that last time is, are we paying the operating costs of an organization that we're not yet fully engaged with for our affordable housing because we haven't gotten any money yet? And then I think we discussed whether this was a pass-through to them or some sort of accumulation that we would be having, but it sort of was like just a pass-through, and we're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting until a developer eventually gives us the money. And then I think we flagged it for discussion, and then January hit, and it was an exciting year. And then here we are again. So I think we actually were considering, do we really want to keep giving money in this same manner? And then we talked about how there's a little bit of work to do, but then there's going to be more work to do. And that's where I remember it being left. Jenna, do you want to weigh in on and correct me in all the things wrong I may have just said? Yep.
What I can say is currently the township pays yearly $5,000 to the land trust to maintain that MOU. And really the work that comes from that, any ordinance amendments, the last time we amended our workforce housing ordinance, that was heavily Missy working with me on those amendments. In addition, any other issues that arise, whether it's ERAP, affordable housing, questions like that, that's really when I tap into Missy. But right now, the township has not updated its MOU since its inception, I believe. And with the idea that it would be updated when we either got units built or fee in lieu. I do know the previous manager is very adamant land trust would not be receiving our fee in lieu monies. We would retain that. That would be a separate line item in our budget that we would manage here. And really the board has not had that policy discussion of how the fee in lieu monies are to be spent on, et cetera. And that is something that Missy and I are looking at for 2023, because we do know that we will have that one housing development on College. We can anticipate a little over $500,000 in fee in lieu if that's how it is done.
So that 30,
Thank you so much. So we heard 5,000, but it's 25.
and it's projected 30, is that, so?
Yeah, I have that question. It's projected 30 because the payment wasn't made, a $5,000 payment wasn't made last year. So my question for you, Jenna, though, is that
Because of this reason.
we did have, I know why we increased it by 5,000, but it's unclear to me as to why there's 25,000 versus a 5,000. payment.
Right, if it's about 5,000 a year,
Yeah.
wouldn't we see a recurring of 5,000 unless
Right.
we didn't pay a couple years and that it just?
No, it was just one. It was
Okay.
just this,
Mhm.
year in the transition. So
Right.
I also just want to say that while this has been an interesting year and I've been able to do a lot and connect and move some things forward, there are some things that I have not moved forward. And this is one of them. So while Jenna does work really closely with Missy, and I think they do an excellent job with collaboration, I have wanted to look a little closely to see about this MOU and talk a little bit more about strategy so we can bring back to the board
Some thoughts.
some thoughts and some
Great.
consideration for policy.
Great. So for now, what should we do about these numbers by the end of the meeting? Do we want to flag this and can staff maybe see if they can answer the question? If not, we can leave it in and then answer the question afterwards.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's Jenna, can you confirm that it's 5,000 a year that we submit?
Yeah, I believe Missy just sent that invoice to me.
Right. So we can make that correction. I'll flag it so we can make that, or it'll really not even be a flag item as much as an amendment that staff needs to make to the budget.
Because then
Yep,
if,
$5,000.
okay, so that should be 5. And then if fee and lieu monies come in, we update that MOU and the funds are there to support whatever additional work
Yeah, we
is
just
there at
haven't-
that time. So, but it hasn't occurred, so, right, so
Right.
it should, okay. I think that all
Thank
sounds
you.
good.
Okay, so we're gonna change the number for the 2023 budget to $5,000 because that's what's in the MOU. And that's just gonna be a motion at the end of the evening, just a typo correction, basically. Okay,
Great, thank you.
I'm not gonna say it. Is Jenna done?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much, Jenna. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. And now we will move on to Public Works. Mr. Dave Modricker, Director of Public Works. Thank you.
Good evening. Public Works section starts on page 84. So tonight, we're going to talk about these various sections within Public Works, both the operating and capital expenses associated with them. I'd like to go through the org chart, talk about staffing, and also as I work through the budget, I'll indicate those items that I am flagging for your consideration. My general thought when I flag these items is not that one thing's any more important than the other, but I concentrated on funding for existing services and infrastructure and flagged those items that would be either additional staffing or some of the improvements that were requested that are included. And of course, that is your decision how we want to move forward. So on the organizational chart to begin with, in the administrative staff, we have one administrative assistant. The budget proposes a second administrative assistant. That is already going to be one of the first things flagged. And I had some discussions with the manager, and in the hopes with some of the other staffing changes that are pending or potential, there may be some shift in workload for the Public Works Administrative Assistant who shares duties with other departments to focus more on Public Works. And I think that is likely to occur if some of the other staffing changes are proposed. Township Engineering section in light blue, predominantly traffic signals, roads, land development subdivision, plan reviews, traffic studies, capital project, design, surveying, inspection, project management. GIS technician was moved to the admin section. The GIS technician now reports to the capable assistant manager, former GIS technician.
Got you, good.
Seemed like it made sense. The GIS tech also provides services to all departments in the township. Stormwater engineering in dark blue, that is one individual, two stormwater workers proposed. We'll talk about those when we get to Fund 20. In salmon or pink, road and fleet, no proposed changes to staffing there. We have a full complement on the road crew with foreman that report to the superintendent, and then mechanic and shop foreman, supplemented by seasonal or part-time workers. The arborist right now is a one-man show, supplemented by road workers and part-timers. In the current budget, we do have a tree trimmer position, so that we expect to be filled, so there's no new positions proposed for 2023. And then in the building and asset superintendent, he manages the custodial activities along with the building and other assets. Under each of these sections, I'll have a mission statement, a goal statement, a little description on staffing, and then a listing of 2022 significant projects, and then a listing of projects or programs planned for 2023. So I will not read all through those unless you have any particular questions, and we can move right to page 87. That gets into salaries. You'll notice that in this section, some of the salaries for salaried individuals are prorated to Fund 20. Whereas in Fund 20, we do collect the time for those that are working through our Tracer system, and it'll have a pretty accurate accounting of actual hours worked in Fund 20.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes.
I just want to take a minute and appreciate that accountability that you're talking about, because I've been struggling for several years to get that accountability in the parks maintenance, and not to call anybody out, but it's just been a real struggle, and I just really appreciate you being sensitive to that need here in the township.
Thank you. Engineering staff's 408-114, so the first item I'm flagging for your future consideration is the 100% of one administrative assistant. There are no part-time assistants requested next year. Office supplies, a reduction. Clothing, personal protection, PPE, slight reduction. General expenses, slight reduction. Equipment maintenance, flat. Electronic equipment maintenance, pretty flat. If there's anything you want me to pause on, let me know. Engineering project surveying, engineering drawings. Proposing to do all of that in-house. You'll see under Fund 20 to advance some projects, you'll see some surveying there for property surveys, but that's not under Fund 01. 408-317, engineering specialties, slight reduction. Communications, slight reduction or flat. Transportation, flat. Advertising, printing, and scanning, you see a large number there. The work that's included under the legal advertising for sealed bids, job vacancies, equipment sales, miscellaneous document printing, that remains very similar at $6,000. But you'll see quite a narrative there that includes a funding request. And this goes across the engineering section, engineering section of Public Works Department, Planning Department, and Parks. This would be an effort, if we so desired, to scan all of those documents and put them into Laserfish, our document management system, which would be the second huge step toward that effort in planning and zoning and public works.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I seem to recall in, I think it was the Public Safety Committee at COG, that Walt Schneider was saying that there's some sort of interface problem between Laserfish and Tracer. Have you talked to him about that?
Dun, dun.
I didn't, but I'm not surprised when there's ever talk about an interface problem between one software and another.
Right.
So, we have to think about, even when we had a discussion today about moving permits, pave cut right of way permits, driveway permits, moving them into Tracer, because that's a form system that we can use. Laserfish is a document management, but has a workflow component and forms. Eric's much more versed in it than I, but when I think of Laserfish, I think of that as more items that are not geographically identified. They're documents.
Okay.
And when I think of Tracer, I think of geographic elements and assets and work that you can attach documents to for reference. I don't know the nuances that Walt was talking about, though, about any difficulties going between the two. I know that I think we've made a distinction as to what we put in Laserfish and what we put in Tracer.
Okay. Yeah, because I do remember I was worried about a cost element because they were using some company that Tracer recommends and it was more expensive or something. Anyway, so, but to be determined as we get there.
It is a good point, though, that the tax parcel files, for example, they do have a geographic location, so one could say if we want to put all of those tax parcel files into Tracer and attach them to a parcel. That's probably a good discussion with the planning and zoning director on she's actually our lead, even though Public Works has made great strides and we're moving with Tracer, she's really our point person on that piece of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Interesting conversation.
And I am working with Walt to figure out that back end of Laserfish and Tracer. Essentially, the biggest thing that we would like to have them talking, because when we issue a permit, we can immediately have that updated into our tax parcel file in Laserfish, as opposed to our current system now. We have to print out the permit, scan the permit, back into Laserfish, and manually save it into where it needs to go. So there's a lot of room for error, human error. So ideally, I would like these two programs talking. It's not the end of the world if they don't. We would just continue status quo, just instead of Munis, we'd be using Tracer.
Okay, thank you.
For the Public Works engineering side, if we have the staff to do it and we are moving documents into this document management system, Laserfish, what we'd like to be able to do is get our workflow to the point that as correspondence is going in and out and contract documents are going out, they're brought right into Laserfish, and that's really our resource for document storage and retrieval. Right now, we use the Microsoft directory structure as our way of storing things and doing kind of document management, and that works for us, but it's not the formal, official way of storing files, so we still keep paper files. So we do it electronically for ease, because that's how we can find stuff quickly, but the real contract documents need to be paper. In Laserfish, that they don't have to remain paper. So, and not all of the $69,575 is the engineering piece of it. That's a piece of it. Parks is a piece of it, and planning and zoning is a piece of it.
So all the parks master plans and whatnot would be available then that way? Is that,
I think they're likely already scanned and in Laserfish.
okay.
Our parks files are in for the first scanning project we did, as in the inspection aspects that Jeff handled on our side of things.
Thanks.
We did it earlier this year.
When
Thanks.
we worked with DocuFree on our first scanning project, we got a majority of our land development plans, I would say 95% of them, all scanned into Laserfish with this program, with the exception of the stormwater plans. The township engineer wanted those left out, so they are still hard copies, and we only retain one hard copy of signed land development plans in the township. Everything else has been moved into Laserfish for us.
Nice. Nice little room to breathe there, huh? Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions or thoughts on that? Yep.
Yeah, if you can just break down what's flagged then out of that and what remains.
Do you mean out of the sections we've reviewed in Public Works?
Yeah, out of the 408, 340.
I didn't necessarily flag anything on,
If you want, yeah, if you would like to make the cuts, we're suggesting that these are the items we would recommend you consider.
Does it include this, the Laserfish?
So it's on here,
Oh,
but
okay.
it
I didn't-
shouldn't
okay.
be.
I didn't-
It
I was
wasn't
gonna-
something
okay.
that I
Always.
recommend that
Oh,
it
yeah,
be
first one.
considered removed. So there's significant
The scanning project.
office space that currently has a lot of files in the main office between planning and zoning and public works. So this would be
It's a
an
whole
area,
room.
it's a whole
Yeah.
room.
I guess that's why I was asking. I was surprised to see that on
Yeah,
here. So
that
should not
was
be-
something
Okay,
that we
got you.
intended to actually remove.
I put it on there before the manager reviewed it. Or after, I'm sorry, I added
You know,
it
I
last-
appreciate the effort.
I added it
so.
last night, I added it after you reviewed it, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So that's why I
Gotta get
I
that
was
workflow
mentioning
management
there's-
system.
No, I appreciate that you know, put it up for discussion. I think, it's been
Yeah.
explained and the process has already started, so it's got to be done one year or another, and since it's already in process, I think it makes sense.
Also, I'm
to-
hearing it frees up office space, which then reduces the need for, expansion.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, in all fairness,
Which is
Dave did
probably why it got
exactly what he
pulled
was
back
asked,
off.
right? He put everything in the budget, and then I
Yeah.
said, hey, could we create a list? I need everyone to create a list of things that we could go without if they want
Yeah.
to make cuts.
Yeah.
And then he did that, and then I said, actually, let's
Yeah.
remove.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you took it out before you handed it out.
Well, that was my intent, and then the day.
She actually decided to eat today.
That is exactly what happened.
So- All right, okay, thank you all.
No, I'm not.
Okay, ready to move on to,
If 408, 420
Thank
dues
you.
memberships subscriptions, you'll see a slight increase there. I think we're picking up some training for the building and asset superintendent for the traffic signal training and certification. And I believe we added one to the American Public Works Association group membership. You'll also notice that, especially during COVID, we haven't spent near the budget request, but it would be nice, I know for myself, after 3 years, to go to one of the in-person symposiums. Education, no tuition reimbursement requests. Office furniture, I flagged that, 408, 750. There is nothing planned. It would be nice to have something left in there in the event that we did have a furniture need. So I was suggesting reducing that to 500, or else maybe I could take Eric's chair. And that is the end of 408. That moves us into 409 if you're ready.
I'm ready. I don't feel the need to flag that. Does anybody else want to flag the office equipment? No? Okay. All right, thanks, let's move on.
Okay, 409, general government buildings. Again, same format with mission statement, background, goals. I will say that we are still in the data collection and analyzing phase of our energy efficiency and performance for Public Works Building 6. So we've had the solar up and running for a period of time. I actually had a conversation today with our design team, and they have a 6-month review and a 12-month review So we'll get some more reports and data back on that. But operationally, it's working wonderfully. 112, we are looking at salaries. Just the difference there is because of the building and asset superintendent position. Custodial salary should remain about the same. Not much overtime. Operating supplies decrease. Cleaning supplies, a slight decrease. PPE, an increase because we do have we have 3 people there now instead of 2, although we typically don't spend that whole amount. Repairs, maintenance, contracted services, that's one of our larger categories here. Slight increase. All of the amounts that you see in there should be relatively current as we went back and talked to all our vendors and refreshed our maintenance service agreements. Electric, let's see, budgeted 43,000, projected 30,000. So I believe Eric's looking at a total. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, this table is wrong, I haven't updated.
Okay. But we do see a reduction in the electric bill, at least the Public Works building.
Great.
It may not be completely net zero when you consider electric and gas consumption, but electric alone, it tends to spin the meter backwards. Heat, probably based on our rising fuel cost, you see the projections a little bit over budget this year. Same thing with the building. I was inquisitive today about our gas consumption and any means that we have to reduce that. Water, I think the reason you're seeing that increase is that besides the fact that we have a car wash, and it does recycle water in the summer, not necessarily in the winter, but we do provide water to our contractors that are doing services such as microsurfacing, pipe cleaning, those type of activities. So we're looking at putting a meter on the 1 2-inch hose bid where they typically get their water from building 4, so we can better track how much our contractors are using.
Would we be billing them for
We
that
could.
then?
We certainly can.
It would be a potential thing
yeah.
to consider.
Well, all we got to remember is that we're paying them for the service, so if they get the water from us,
Charge us.
they
Right,
that could be
they charge us
reflected
right
in
back.
the bid. Yeah, they charge for the
Yeah.
water. Eventually,
With
that
that 10%.
that gets
That's a good
reflected in
point.
there.
Thanks, you too.
So,
Yeah.
But I think it does help account for, that difference, and we'll put a
Yeah.
meter on it to know. for
Then
sure.
you'll know and you'll
Yeah.
be able to attribute it
Yeah.
appropriately.
Refuse, recycling, shredding service, slight increase, but relatively flat. Our, kind of the swing there is when we do bulk shredding. Never quite know exactly how many banker boxes we're going to be shredding. And then there's a line item there, our portion of the stormwater fee that we pay. So that gets us through 409. We're then going to go to the 426 to 439. I think that's page 121. Let me know when you'd like me to begin.
I'm all set.
Okay?
I'm sorry.
Again, goals. The 2023 work plan, as you've seen in the past, looks more like a year at a glance, because we really are in maintenance mode, and those are the major activities that we work on through those months. as I've said in the past, in January, we sit down and develop a work plan for the year where we actually put person hours against tasks and kind of plan out our year. That's then used when we do our bi-weekly schedules. 426,368 recycling. That is a fee that is paid to the State College Borough to handle our leaves and brush.
Could we take a pause there just for a second?
Yeah.
So every year I would like to take a pause here. Just wanted to say that Harris Township had something really interesting to say last night when they talked about their leaves and their brush. They have a very small township and a very small budget. So I'm not saying that we should do this. I'm just saying that, you know, this does happen where they do have a farm that takes their leaves, and then
Yes.
UAJA used to take their brush, but they're discontinuing it because they're changing their system of filtration, et cetera, compost, yada, yada. But they did have in place more of a, well, at least with their leaves, more of a farm-based solution. And I know we have a much bigger township and it's not necessarily a solution for us, but I thought, we've talked about something similar and, yeah, they're doing that, so.
Yeah, on the west end, we may have some informal farm-based solutions so that they're not necessarily always trucking on up to this site, but there's nothing formal there. And I
Yeah.
really have to do a little more research to know exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I looked into a grant to see what we might be able to do differently. One of the challenges is that we're really supposed to have, because we buy our equipment through DEP grants,
Yep.
and they're 90% funded.
Yep,
We're supposed to take our material to an approved DEP recycling. facility.
and the borough has that.
The
Gotcha,
borough has that.
gotcha. Yes?
And to establish a new facility, I think we need a minimum of 10 acres.
Right.
We've thought about it, but we've really not moved anywhere in that direction, because obviously there's a big upfront expense to set up another facility.
Right,
But there was for many years, we paid $33,000. A study was done, and the new fee for next year is closer to that, $82,000.
right. Would that be something where an entrepreneur in the West End, if they were to look into the specifications and work with the township to try to establish something and offload some of that work burden on Public Works? I mean, I'm not trying to start a policy thing here in the budget. Just, if Invent Penn State wanted to do some sort of funding of an entrepreneurial effort in the West End for that, for example, it would be a consideration. Maybe.
It's a little easier to do something informally. When we do it formally, you need
Gotcha.
an approved DEP site.
DEP, I keep hearing that.
Yeah.
I hear that loud and clear.
Well-
Thank you, I appreciate that.
When we do think about a site, though, in the future, if we ever do, something that is not all the way out on the west end, but could pick up
Mid-end.
maybe some of the nearby
Right.
developments as well.
Gotcha.
Would still help, as opposed to running all the way up to North
Huntington
Avenue.
County. Oh, that too,
Yeah,
yes,
we're going all
either.
that way.
Yep.
'Cause, to go from one end to the other, is a long
Right.
distance.
Thank you for that
Yeah.
thought.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uniform service, you see a increase there. We have 12 road workers as opposed to 10, and we also brought the custodians into this. And if we do pick up 2 stormwater workers, it would cover uniforms for them also. Office supplies, they use engineering section office supplies. Gasoline, so projected we will be very close to budget this year if we don't have to order anymore. And next year's budget is based on our price as of a certain date. So the estimate includes $3.83 a gallon. It may be more, it may be less. When I get pricing in September and I estimate for the next year, it hasn't been that terribly off over the years. It could be though, right? Because we bid fuel and we pay for it based on a certain markup, but then we pay the rack price, and that fluctuates throughout the year. So if somebody has a better crystal ball number that they want to use, we can do that. I use the gallonage based on actual consumption between September of last year and this year, using our gas boy fueling system. And that's where that budget projection comes from.
Thank you.
That same concept is used to project where I think we'll be with diesel. And I did provide those figures to police when they prepared their portion of the operating budget. Oil lube fluid looks to be flat. PPE in this regard, a very slight increase. General expenses flat. We'll move into 430, 252. The reduction is probably because we're buying a copier. Small tools and equipment, a reduction. Communication, a slight increase to reflect language in the collective bargaining agreement. Radio maintenance flat. I know the police are planning on buying radios, so we're not. Hopefully, I don't regret it in the future. I've been keeping my eye on, what our expenses have been. New radios were purchased in 2013, 2014. Have about a 10-year life, so that will put you at 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So conceivably, we could be talking about replacing these just like police are, but I have not put that in here.
We'll probably see it in the CIP if it's, oh wait, it's under 10. Anyway,
It'll
yep.
probably be somewhere out there in the next 5 years
Yep.
in the CIP.
Yep.
Equipment rentals, flat. Dues subscriptions, membership, a reduction. Contracted services, flat. Office furniture. No, I didn't flag that. We could make that 500 too if we wanted to. Chemicals and supplies. Very slight increase. This is going to be de-icing material used on sidewalks. It's not the bulk purchase. And general expenses flat. Repairs and maintenance. That's mostly snowplow edge blades, flat. Contracted snow removal. We already reduced that by $16,000 because we're going to perform that work in-house this year based on the single bid that we received. So that's why you see 0.
Mm-hmm.
Street signs and supplies flat. Traffic signal charges.
I'm sorry, Dave, I have another policy question.
Yeah.
We love this. So the contracted snow removal, that's on those smaller streets, we need a smaller truck.
Right.
Then we talked about how we need that smaller truck for the parking lots too. Now that we're doing that in-house as opposed to a contracted service, if we wanted to, policy-wise, talk about regularly plowing 1 or 2 of the parking lots, is that more of a possibility now that it's not via contract?
We can do it whether we contract out this service or not. So,
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, whenever
Okay.
the board
We'll talk about that.
tells me. Right?
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Traffic signal charges. Don't know why we're reducing that, but we are. I guess because we're not spending as much on electric as we thought we would at our traffic signals. And I believe we've gone to LED, so I knew we were decreasing for a while, but I thought that would flatten out. But I'm happy to say that that's reduced. Signal parts and labor is flat. We will be bringing another signal online soon, and that'll be at Shingletown Road, Shingletown Road, SR 26 and 45.
The why? Oh, we can't call it that anymore.
It's gonna be a T.
It's gonna be a T.
Well, it is a T now.
It's like a T with a, like, it's like a T with flair.
The T
It'll be
formerly known as
a
Y.
T with,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
exactly.
a T with slip ramps.
Yeah. Is it gonna have a slip ramp? I thought you were gonna lose the slip ramp.
Oh, maybe we are, but I thought we
Yeah.
had it.
I had a dream there for a minute that we maybe weren't,
Oh,
but.
maybe I'm still dreaming of a roundabout.
Oh, that was
Okay.
painful, Dave. Ouch, ouch. Felt.
I'll
felt.
I'll have to refresh my memory, I'm sorry.
That's such a geeky thing to say.
Okay.
So 437, we have mechanic salaries. We do have a mechanic helper that we hired through the school district. It's a great program for the mentee, if I'm saying that right, and our shop foreman appreciates being a mentor. Not a whole lot in mechanic overtime. PPE is flat. Small tools, because our limit is, $2,500. There are some specific tools that the mechanic has indicated that I've listed, and that's why you see a increase in the operating, because they're under the threshold to go in the capital. Parts and supplies. We are unfortunately seeing an increase in parts and supplies, which is a function of what we're all experiencing in our own lives and nationally. I've asked the road superintendent to look pretty hard at this. I try to look pretty hard at it. When I go up and look at, the tires on the tandem that are worn down to the thread, and they need to be replaced for inspection, it's hard to skimp money there. But we're keeping an eye on it. Just be aware that we're aware of it. And I even put together a chart that I presented to the manager before I prepared the budget of the last 5 years of the proposed budget, the actual, and what I proposed the next year. And just by proposing a lower or flat budget the next year did not influence our spending, right? So what I'm trying to do here is be realistic and tell you what I think we're probably going to be spending next year, and we're going to do our best to control it.
So Dave, I just wanted to say thank you for embedding in the narrative here this piece of information about the value of our public work equipment assets and the total being over $2.5 million. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that information. I'm interested in also learning that data for what we jointly own through COG for their fleets as well. I don't know if we have those numbers. I know we don't have those numbers, but we as a region. And I just wanted to just express how much I just value having that number there to be able to understand that on a kind of a meta level. So, thanks.
Yeah, the other thing I'm really trying to get a handle on too is when you have a fleet of that size and dollar value, and you're trying to keep it maintained at a certain level, what is the benchmark for parts and
Right.
supplies.
Like your reinvestment
Right.
percentage of your total
We
assets.
kind of do it
Yeah.
on a small scale ourselves. We do it individually for a piece of equipment, but haven't found a great benchmark on the fleet, but we're still investigating that
Interesting.
also. Yeah.
Because COG actually uses for facilities, not for fleet. They are using a 4 to 6% reinvestment to maintain their facilities. That's what the facilities
Okay.
committee came to. I don't know if we have similar, again, it's more of a policy than a budget
Mhm.
question, but it, of course, is budget in the long term because it relates to how much we're gonna be
Yeah.
investing.
Yeah, in building, we're kind of doing that same thing with the new building superintendent, looking at all our systems, the year components were installed, what we think the useful life is, what year we think they might need to be replaced, and then trying to get a good handle on what that sinking fund dollar amount would be,
Right.
which is what you're talking about, which
Exactly.
is what they're equating to a percent of overall.
Right, exactly. Thanks.
Outside repairs, flat. We are over this year because of one large expense on one particular piece of equipment that's outlined in the narrative. Dues, subscriptions, memberships, just a slight reduction, you could call it flat. I think I was just tweaking some of the actual or expected costs. 438, we're back into salaries. And again, a note here that some of these salaries that are salaried, we have a portion projected in Fund 20. We use a projection for road crew wages, but after we have our data in Tracer for the year, we can do a reconciliation because we'll know what those actual year-end dollars are. And we're doing that for all our funds and activities and tracking the labor time in Tracer.
Thank you so much for doing that too, Dave. It's so valuable.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm pleased to say that it seems to be working the way we expected it to, too,
Wonderful.
so that's good. Part-time wages, you can see road crew summer help. So 2 people during the summer, 40 hours a week. Mowing, we moved those folks to Fund 455 because it's green and the arborist works on things that are green. And it seems to be working
Yeah.
out well that
Yeah, good.
that way. We've had the mowing crew under the arborist, under the road superintendent, under the arborist, and with our current arborist, I can't tell you how thrilled I am at how he's been working out and seems to work out great.
Wonderful. Yeah,
And
that
they-
makes a lot of sense, really. I mean, green, not painted green.
Green, not painted
But
green.
green, naturally
Right.
green. Yep.
Yeah, yep.
Or brown.
Or brown.
Thank you.
Overtime, actually a slight decrease projected. Supplies, materials that are not liquid fuels, that's flat. And that moves us, we have to skip pages now. I think we're going to street trees on page 137. It's not that far. Again, we have a narrative. There aren't that many places where I tied the narrative into the strategic plan, but there are some, and you see some of those here. I have to get better at that. Yeah, happy to say we're carrying on with, Tree City USA designation and our Arbor Day celebrations. If we move right into salaries, that's 455,114. And 115 is the part-time wages. Operating is flat. PPE, an increase there for climbing equipment potentially for the tree trimmer. General expenses, we exceeded our budget this year of 2,000 for Arbor Day. We may be able to reuse some of those, but I think everybody seemed to appreciate that event.
Yeah.
And so that's
Yeah.
why you see a budget increase there. I see some heads nodding.
Yeah.
Got a lot of feedback on that.
455, 245, it looks like I flagged that.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, suggesting we could reduce that to 4,000. Small tools, flat. Communication, we didn't have anything in there, but this would be for cell phone usage, so we should have something there. Repairs and maintenance, flat. We're not going to spend anything this year because predominantly this is the safety inspection for the bucket truck, and we don't have a bucket truck. But good news, we should be getting it sooner than we were told, and we were told a year. So anything sooner than a year is great. I believe that the cabin chassis is complete or will be shortly and sent to the outfitter to put the bucket and the appurtenances on. So that's good news. Equipment rental, a decrease. Dues, subscriptions, memberships, a increase. You'll see we haven't really spent much of anything this year. Some of these certifications come once a year, some every 2 years or so, and we would like to be able to get both the arborist and the tree trimmer to some of these ISA events. And we also have the tree risk track self-study in here, and the arborist does need to retake that exam to maintain his certification for a certified tree risk assessor. Contracted services I have flagged. I got to look at my notes.
Well, we're probably gonna need the oak quilt service.
Yeah.
So I don't wanna flag that.
If we wanted to, what I'm suggesting is we may reduce the large tree removal from 15,000 to 10,000.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind me, oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
That was
everybody
it.
wants to talk right now.
Why don't you go first, because you might answer my question.
I was just going to acknowledge that we utilized this fund this year, and
Yeah.
while
Yeah.
it's certainly something we don't want to have to experience, it's uncontrollable. So, I just want to say again, these are items that we are recommending cutting prior to any of the other, or prioritizing what's provided here
Right.
over anything else. But
Right.
I also just want to caution the removal of this item
I'm
as
hearing the
well.
caution, and I would add to that caution, but we can flag it if we want to, and then talk about the caution later. But
We can't, or I can ask, I had just
Yep,
wanted to say,
please do.
so those two items that were in there, the tree care and then the large tree removal, those are only used as needed, so is that correct?
That's right.
we have
So,
an outbreak.
yeah, so I think, because even the smaller number, to reduce that from 5 to 4, that was items that are treatment and different things as needed, I think. It wasn't,
I thought that, oh, right, the supplies,
Yeah,
if it's
the
done in-house.
yeah, so you
Right.
wouldn't necessarily spend all that if you don't need it.
Oh, absolutely
Yeah,
correct,
so
yes.
I would just leave them as is.
Okay.
And cross our fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have a question, or,
No, just-
we're
just-
crossing our
No,
fingers.
just
okay.
that I'm looking at the tree pruning. We'll know better when we get our bids back, but we put it out this year with prevailing rates. So we're estimating 500 trees instead of 800. So if we want to hold the budget flat, we keep it at 56,000, but the 800 might need to be changed to say 500, so it's not misleading there.
Okay, that's what I was gonna suggest.
And in
'cause it's supposed to say
future
100.
years, we'll just need to look at this to see Ideally, we're liking to get the trees every 5 to 7 years, to touch every tree, whether it's training, pruning, or dead wood, or overhangs
Right.
and whatnot. So just a note. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then we move to Fund 20 on page 157. Are we ready?
Yep.
We want to, I don't know, Eric, do you want to talk about revenue, or are we going to go right into expenses?
Sorry, we're gonna take a break after liquid fuels, just so everybody knows. Yep. Yep. Okay, sorry, back to you.
Did we do revenue already?
No, we did not.
Do you want to talk revenue
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Fund 20?
we can go down. You can see that interest, we're looking to, because there's a fair amount of money in the bank at this point, we're looking to get a decent amount of interest on that. The National Fish and Wildlife, for the Park Hills drainage, we're hoping they'll come next year to match the actual work on the drainage. Stormwater fee revenue is actually better than expected. Transfer in, I did look at the fund balance. If we didn't have a transfer from the general fund, the fund balance in stormwater fee would be negative, so I had to add that. I don't think we're gonna be changing the stormwater fee itself unless you guys want to. So to offset that, and that all depends too, on whether or not the projects that are listed below, when Dave gets to them, if they all get done in the same year. That's really it for revenue.
All right. $407,750. This is flat from last year. We didn't spend any of that money. We didn't have the folks to go out and do the data collection. So we're hoping we have them next year. You'll see that there are part-time. We'll talk about the part-time help when we get there, but this is the data collection to do the asset inspections, in particular for the 2,300 storm grate inlets that we have. Again, salaries, some that are prorated, 100% of the stormwater engineer's salary is in here. A prorated portion of GIS staff. 408,115 is whatever the right term is, part-time worker, student, intern, whatever fits, to have them come on board for about 12 weeks in the summer and do all our data collection for the stormwater inlets. And we would put all of that into Tracer. General expenses, there is a increase here with the idea that we are going to start to make movement on our stormwater stenciling program.
I knew that was coming. I'm excited about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So the stormwater engineer has started to put some guidelines around that and some
Great.
costs and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're still ready to stencil out there in Pine Grove Mills, so let me just say the word. Everybody's invited. There's Pine Grove Hall out there too, so we can relax and have a dinner after.
When the stormwater engineer and I give you a presentation or have a discussion at a December work session, if you'd like, I can ask them to include something on stenciling.
Oh,
if we have
exciting.
time.
Sure.
So, okay.
Pending time, absolutely.
408,314. This is carryover funding to complete the design phase and permitting for the Park Hills Drainage Improvement Project. Inspection will be done in-house. All right. 408317. It looks very detailed, doesn't it? This will be the subject of discussion at the December work session, not the dollars, but the program. So I had to make some assumptions moving forward for next year. So my assumptions are based on these particular tasks being completed, or at least making significant progress toward the design of the pollutant reduction plan projects that are required as far as our MS4 municipal separate storm sewer permit. You'll see that we did not make a lot of progress this year, did not spend very much money, and that we expect to make progress in that area next year. I'm going to call out the last sentence. Also included is consultant support to review proposed revisions to the stormwater ordinance. In accordance with our MS4 permit, there are certain elements that are required to be adopted into our ordinance, and at some time I'll outline those and present those to you. Our stormwater engineers will take it upon himself to do a lot of the work in the editing, but he does want to be able to review the draft ordinance with a consultant when we do the rewrite, and so that's what that funding request is.
So is that in the CIP, this project? I don't remember.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that would be under, well, this is the engineering for it. So, yeah, the funding for moving the construction, in the CIP, when we looked at the CIP, I think I had something like 250,000, 250,000, 250,000, 75,000, 75,000. That was for engineering, permitting, construction, any easement acquisition. We really haven't had a great handle on what the costs are, and we're starting to make some progress in that regard, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about that at the December work session. I was using, or trying to use as a guide, the costs that were estimated in the pollutant reduction plan that was prepared by the consultant many years ago at this point. But we're going to talk a little bit more about, the feasibility of the projects and what we recommend to you, and of course want your suggestions or guidance or decisions on moving forward with them.
Okay. So basically you've been, moving forward the projects that we talked about, just to the point where you had put placeholders into the CIP, but now maybe we're moving into getting more firm numbers if we can continue to move forward in this manner right now.
Right. So we've had money in the budget for these projects, and they've basically been deferred. It's been sliding, right?
Yeah.
And we've got 2 years to really get this stuff done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I was going to note, is that
Okay.
this one is actually time sensitive for our
Yep.
MS4 permit requirements. We have to have constructed, I believe, by the end of 2025.
Right.
Do we have to have them constructed?
Yes.
Because
Well,
Harris Township
I'll defer to Dave
said
Monteker.
something like, we just have to show them that we're trying to do something.
I think you're starting to hear opinions. And,
Okay.
And,
Great. Noted, noted.
and some of that also might depend on who in DEP you're talking to. It's a large agency, on how they interpret it.
But
So-
it is that we really do need to have a project constructed within 2 years.
That's what our permit says. That's what.
Okay, that's what our permit
So
says.
whether
Gotcha.
we get leniency
Understood.
or an extension
Yep.
or whatnot, I can tell you that our current stormwater engineer has a very strong and good relationship with DEP.
Yep.
And he's been talking to him, he has been talking to that person at DEP about these projects,
coming
and
up.
even brought him there to look at these sites. So You know, he'll
Great.
be able to give you his opinion on whether we can get some grace or leniency and
Okay.
what that might look like.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
That's what I was trying to recall, so I can't find it in here right
Yeah,
now. But
so-
these were kind of placeholders
They were
in the
placeholders
CIP,
in
and
the
now they
CIP,
have a
yes.
named project. Okay.
Yes. Yep. Probably what you would see if you looked at the CIP under Fund 20, I think you would just see a placeholder of 250,000.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is I think we're going to be at 165.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm not going to have probably as great a news looking forward to what the projects are going to cost in construction.
Right,
So just,
right.
that's
Hopefully,
something to
we're
be
counting on that
prepared for.
grace time to kind of like maybe bump it out a little bit past inflation when that all resolves miraculously, but
Yeah.
not so far out that our studies are moot or something like that.
And we'll bring you more information at
The
that
sweet
December work
spot. Mm-hmm.
session.
Thank you.
And I know we moved it from November to December for the work sessions, and almost moved it from December to January, but I told our stormwater engineer, it doesn't have to be perfect, we just need to get them the
Right,
information, the best
right,
knowledge
right.
that we have now, so we can keep moving forward.
Well, if
But-
election day
Right,
hadn't
exactly.
occurred, yeah.
Advertising,
Yeah.
printing, a suggested reduction, dues, subscriptions, memberships, a reduction. Again, a prorated portion of salaries under 112. So under 114, I don't have this flag, but I want to make sure that the narrative properly reflects that we are looking at 2 new hires
Mhm.
to provide the services and level of service. We've talked about this, you know, during the CIP. So I know you may want to have further discussion, but that's where those wages are accounted for. Under uniforms, uniforms for any of the stormwater workers are accounted for under 43191 right there. Okay.
Hang on one second, Dave.
Yes.
So just, you have the floor. You want to start the
Oh, I do?
discussion? Yeah, so, well, we did just go past the stormwater worker. We can
Mhm.
take a pause now, we can flag it for later. We're getting a little late. I don't want to not have the discussion,
Yeah.
but I think we should maybe
Let's just
flag
flag
it and
it,
pop
so,
it.
yeah.
Okay, flag that and pop that just into the
Mhm.
last remaining discussions. We'll talk about implications and yada
Yeah.
yada. We know there are some, so, okay, thank you, Dave.
Mhm.
Go ahead and continue. Thanks.
Let's see, PPE. That does show a increase if we are hiring the additional workers, because that's where that would come out of. General expenses, flat. Materials, flat. Small tools and equipment, flat. Right-of-way acquisition. We will have acquired, should have acquired all of the easements for Park Hills drainage this year. So we're not anticipating any easement expenses next year.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. And although we are going to start design for the PRP projects, we're not going to be in the position to acquire any easements next year, so I don't see anything coming out of that fund. Utility relocation costs, that is based on the bid that was opened and awarded. Equipment rentals, nothing proposed. Contracted services, this would be consistent with our program and level of services to try to clean and inspect all our storm pipes in a 7-year period. Under capital construction, this should be right out of the CIP, unless I had to tweak something. I think it'll probably be the same numbers. So we've got 3,000 linear feet of pipe lining. Park Hills Drainage Way Improvement Project, again from the CIP. 5 stormwater inlets, and that is a placeholder. We don't have those 5 inlets picked out right now. Maybe they'll come out of the inventory, but that's funding in the event we need to replace them. Community Partnership Program. We've been making some progress in this regard, and at a future time, I would like to spend a little bit more time talking to you about this program. We did not spend any money this year. We would like to program money next year to continue that program. So Johnson Road and Whitehall Road drainage. This is a project that was in the CIP. If we
I was just gonna say, a field trip was involved a
Yes.
while back. Yep. Sorry for those of you that missed out on the field trip.
The price I have is for materials and equipment to do all the work in-house if we have the staffing. There's also a price there. If you decide to move ahead with the project, then we decide to contract it out. So that option is provided there.
So we consider flagging this for now?
Yeah, or the community partnership program. I just need to be refreshed about what
Sure.
that is. So if we could
Flag both? Yep.
Yeah. And then I just, well, I can wait till.
Yep.
Excuse me, I need clarification. The community partnership program and what?
Johnson Road.
Johnson Road.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we taking a break now or after?
After liquid fuels.
After liquid fuels?
Yeah, it's
All right,
really
so
quick.
liquid fuels, page 166.
Can I ask one question before we move on from there? And it's, I guess, a general construction question. Today at the Parks meeting, they were discussing the boardwalk project, and it was an escalation being incorporated into budget estimates was brought up, and I'm not familiar with that, so I was looking around a little bit. Is there some factor of that you calculate naturally in, aside from contingency? Because I would think
Yes.
it's especially important right now, so it's an estimate of cost inflation and,
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm just looking at my current CIP that I built. Historically, I've been using 5% a year every year. This year, I bumped it to 7% a year every year.
For a deferred project, you could assume that escalation, is that what that is?
Well, even like if we do an estimate of what we think it would be to build a project today, the 2023 numbers that you're approving are 7% more than that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not usually brought out, and they brought it out in those budget proposals that were shown today, and so, thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks
Yep.
for doing it and explaining it.
Fund 35. Eric, you want to do revenue?
Sure. Revenue, we're looking at some interest, and our fund balance is 2% interest. The state provides us money and actually going up, so it looks like we're budgeting what we've received this year. It's pretty typical what we do in the past. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Expenses start with 432,222 chemicals and supplies. So we purchase salt through the CoStarz program. And let's see, we always budget 1,500 tons. I shouldn't say always. So I look at how much salt's in the shed, how much we've used in the past, what I think we're gonna need. We don't know what the winter's gonna be like, so 1,500 tons is typical. And you see the unit price is up over $10 a ton. So that's what's reflected in the projected budget for next year. There's some operational things we could talk about, but we're talking the budget, so that's what that line item is. There is $5,000 for calcium chloride. Signals, highway pavement markings. That is based on reducing the amount of roads that we stripe every year, but includes the escalating cost of paint. So that's how we arrived at that number.
Does it include the painting of the lines in Pine Grove Mills too?
It will.
Okay.
You mean if we do parking stalls? you mean?
Yeah, if we finish that.
Yeah, it would
Mhm.
include that.
Okay, thanks.
I didn't specifically call it
Yeah.
out, but I think there's enough room in there
Gotcha.
to handle that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would actually take that much paint,
Right.
more like an effort or something.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you do it with this contract, we have such an economy of scale that we get good pricing.
Mhm.
Whereas if you went and just did that project by itself and hired someone just to paint those areas, probably 5 times the cost per linear foot.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a big program, and there's 12 other municipalities that piggyback on it with us, so. Supplies and materials, looks like I flagged that. And I'm just saying, let's keep that flat at 25,000.
Okay, let's flag that then.
Okay, yep.
I'm sure I had a good reason to make it 54, but when I reviewed it, I don't remember what that good reason is, and so it seems reasonable to leave it flat.
Okay.
Contracted services, this includes our microsurfacing program and pavement eradication. Capital project 610, this is our ADA compliant curb ramp program. So wherever we're microsurfacing roads, we check to make sure that the ADA ramps are compliant. When we do this and we microsurface through neighborhoods and we look at ramps that are mid-block and go nowhere, for example, we evaluate them, and if it makes sense to replace the ramp, we do, but if there's no receiving ramp on the other side, we're actually removing it, because we're not trying to promote walking to a curb that drops into a road that goes nowhere. But that's the way we had developments that were approved 20, 30 years ago. So that's, we review those things, and, I really am hopeful that in the future, as we continue this, we'll work ourselves right out of the curb ramp replacement program, unless standards get changed and then we have to start doing it again, but.
Just in time for us to be finished, we
Yeah.
start again.
Let's see, was that it for, I think that's it for
That's it.
35.
Yep, thank you so
Take a break?
much. Yep, time to
Okay.
take a break. Thank you. Yeah, usually we talk about when we're coming back. I've got 8:47 on my clock. Are we going to take 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes. All right. Okay, we're back, and we are moving into the Capital Reserve Fund, and that will be presented by Ms. Martin, Mr. Anderson, and Dave Modricker. All right, here we are. What page?
180. Oh, wait, that's my stuff.
177.
Sorry,
177. All righty.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will roll right into, it does, so Fund 30, Capital Reserve Fund does start at, what is it, 176?
170, yep, 176, 177.
And I will move right into expenditures, unless if Eric, you would like to actually start with giving an overview of the revenue.
Sure.
Thank you.
Dave asked yesterday about the money from COG for the trailer. That's, you see that under rents and royalties. We're also going to looking for a DC and DEP, DC&R grant. I guess I don't expect to get it this year. We'll probably get it next year. Steve applied for it, but I guess it was a bucket truck. I'm not sure.
I have a question about that.
Yeah, question?
I have a question about that. So when we reviewed the COG budget, I asked about their grant budgeting, and they budget so low for expected grants. And so we have, a high amount here. Is this a grant that's just usually available to us when we apply, or?
I think I can answer that.
Yeah.
So I typically apply for recycling equipment grants every other year. This grant we applied for is the last one that we applied for maybe a year or two ago. We have that piece of equipment now, and we get reimbursed. We've not yet submitted for reimbursement, and we expect that when we get the reimbursement check, it's gonna be next year. So that's why you're seeing the grant funding coming in. It's a grant we already applied for, we're already granted, bought the equipment, waiting for the reimbursement.
Perfect, thank you. So it's not a competitive grant that we're applying for and being
Correct.
optimistic. Thank you.
They need like somebody to be hired at DCNR for like payments receivable or whatever or something. That's a bit of a lag, yeah?
It was a bit of a lag to get it, and
And also to get reimbursed. All right.
And page 178, we do get some money when we sell our old equipment. We did make a lot of good money in '21. Sold some large equipment. That's not typical though. And then the transfers in general fund, we do require money coming from the general fund to keep, to maintain the fund balance for our sinking funds, plus any other amounts that we need to keep in the capital reserve fund. That goes to expenditures.
Thank you, Eric. So if we roll into, let's see, this is page 178, 401-750 capital equipment administration. So we have it budgeted $216,000. There's quite a bit of funds here that are being requested, and this is to continue carrying out the recommendations that came from our GovHR, the organizational assessment that was completed this year with the emphasis and focus on the administration, human resources, as well as the finance and tax department. Items that came directly from the CIP for this item include the strategic communications plan. So this is aligned with carrying out a goal for that municipal identity and having some standard communications that are easily accessible and through some interviews and better understanding of what the municipal identity goals look like for Ferguson Township, and then putting together some standard templates for our social media sites, maybe even a refresher of our print media, also looking to see how we can use print publication and online templates to engage our businesses. So to just do an entire assessment and review to determine how we can leverage technology, but also understand creative ways to engage with our Ward 1 residents to ensure that we're giving regular communication that's effective and received with by our residents with information that's requested. and as well as looking to see how we can improve our internal communications to help engage our employees with relevant, updated information. Also included is the purchase of an administration vehicle and a disaster recovery test, and those items came specifically from the CIP. I will say that one item that's flagged is the administration vehicle, the manager drives, so I'm fine to pull that out as something to forego to save some money in this budget. Additionally, again, I mentioned some of the recommendations. The last IT strategic plan that was done in 2014 is quite outdated. And so as we also look to do some IT governance policies, the development of IT governance policies, we also want to be sure that we're aligning that with a updated 2014 strategic plan. Also included here is a strategic plan for the human resources onboarding component and an update to the employee personnel manual. The employee personnel manual was also in the CIP this year, so that's mentioned there in the second paragraph. This item also includes an organizational assessment continuation. So we did the administration, the finance and tax, and so the focus for next year will be for the police department. The idea is that in the next 1 to 3 years, we'll continue doing an organizational assessment of each of the departments for an opportunity to better understand, how we might be able to expand our service delivery, look at our internal intra services and how that's being managed to see what we might be able to do to be more effective and efficient for improvements to our service delivery. Understanding that we're going to have a police chief named here in the coming weeks, and understanding too that there's opportunities for us to be able to continue this assessment and also align it with the new chief who can utilize this to help begin his
targeted strategies
his vision and strategy for moving forward. And then also you'll see included here is a reference to a retreat. So I think a theme here that perhaps the board has started to see is that we want to take care of our own, infrastructure, and we certainly want to continue projects that have been started and be sure that we're completing that prior to moving forward with new projects, and being more efficient and realizing that there's opportunity to advance the work that we do with a strategic approach. Also wanting to do a retreat so we're able to kind of identify when we're rolling out some of these electronic software programs that will assist us in being more efficient. And so part of that too is collaboration. So we're all on the same page, and this isn't just kind of coming from the top down as to when. It's there's an opportunity to come together as a team. So there is that, there is proposed funds here rolled up in this account to assist with the transition of some of these programs. So can you elaborate further? Otherwise we can move into
Appreciate
capital.
all the thoughtful effort that you've put into the strategic direction that we're going to be embarking on here. So thank you.
The only thing I'd flag out of there is the car. I don't know the age of it. I didn't look back in the CIP about it, so.
Yeah.
But I would say it's not a good car buying environment, so I don't know if.
Yeah, exactly. I
that
mean,
was
it was
the other
actually
part of-
scheduled to be replaced last year, but the
Okay.
mileage is low.
Okay.
And even though most say they think of Dave Probolka when I'm driving
the
that car.
I know, it is.
And the director of public works also shared with me too, the benefit when you get a new car is that the vehicle rolls into the fleet that's available for staff. So of course, we probably will consider this next year again.
Well, let's flag it for
yeah,
now. We'll talk about
I
it
would
at the end.
I would recommend if we're looking to cut costs that this is certainly something that I have no problem just saying, let's push it down to next year and reevaluate. All right.
Get some fuzzy dice for the Daymobile. Just kidding. No, let's think about it at the end. Here, we'll flag it and then we'll talk about it. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
All right, so Eric then has the capital equipment finance and tax section.
In the general fund, the annual fees for the two following items are included. These are, the first one is the Springbrook Cirrus. It's an implementation fee to convert our current data over into the cloud. So there's project management fees and also conversion fees, pretty typical with any update of software. So that's a one-time cost. And then there's a small amount for the ClearGov to do the same thing for our budgeting suite that is an integrated budgeting suite that will tie the CIP and the operating budget and the personnel budget all together, which is some really, will speed up the time and actually improve the budget quite a bit, in my opinion.
Great.
That's it.
Right, and then I'll just review some of these items here in 407-750, capital equipment, information technology. So the phone system replacement is something that is in the CIP, but it was slated for 2024. And we learned that the phone system is not only not very popular among staff, but it's also one of those vulnerabilities that we need to
Okay.
address and prioritized above all, actually, for reasons we can better describe in a future
Yep.
meeting. And so this would actually be a professional service that we would put out for an RFP because we're anticipating that it'll be a pretty big job.
Okay.
We also have here a carryover from 2022 audio and visual equipment upgrades for this room. I didn't put this on the cut, right, on the proposed budget cuts, because I think that this is certainly something that we should do. I will share with you, though, that this is certainly an item that would be deferred to Q3 or Q4. It wouldn't be the highest priority here.
Okay.
The phone system would certainly be our number one. Rolling into February, we'd probably be trying to put an RFP out, if not prior to that. And then, of course, the one-time implementation fee for the electronic agenda management services is noted there as well. And then we have the purchase of police records copier. Currently, we lease our currently in the police department, we lease the copier, and the idea here to save cost and just have more ownership and control is to replace the leasing copier with a purchased owned copier. And then we have also another copier in the patrol room for the police department here, and updating the server's operating system from the 2012 version to current, another cybersecurity measure here that we're looking to take, and replace network switch as ongoing maintenance. This was also not prioritized in the top 3 category of areas that can help reduce our vulnerabilities in the IT cybersecurity effort, but certainly in the top 5. And then the purchase plotter for engineering. I can only tell you that that's a request that came across pretty strongly from Public Works. And I see that they use it a lot and it's needed, so I strongly support that as well. All right, and I'll hand it over to Dave Madriger for 409-750 if there aren't any questions.
Nope, no questions.
Okay, hearing none, 409-750. All these items should look familiar as coming out of the CIP, but if they are not, we can chat about them. And I did flag one, reconstruct the base and pave the Public Works laydown area. This is an area that's not really in public view. It's behind our Public Works buildings. We've deferred it year after year, and as we've done that, the costs have increased. But I think maybe in an effort to move something forward, I flagged that. Well, I know we're looking for reduction, so I flagged it, number 1. Number 2, we can think about how much, if anything, you want to leave in there. So I think I had perhaps suggested, let's see, 409-750.
Remove 30,000 for the outdoor lighting. I was gonna get there if you didn't.
Yeah,
so
that
I-
was asked, we put that on there.
I think what I'd,
Yep.
I think what I'd, my page is cut off, but I think what I suggested was cutting that in half or leaving 50,000 there. For your.
For the base and pave.
Yeah, reconstruct base, take that from 110,000, just put it to 50. And then we'll do what we can do. And we won't make it our high priority, but if we have time and we can get to it next year, it'd be nice to be able to do something.
I don't see it on the list, Dave, currently. Maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, on 3409-750, it says current total 347,250, and proposed 257,000. So it's 30, it's cut off, 30,000.
Got you.
not
All right,
related.
thank you.
Yeah.
It takes a village. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, can we flag both of those?
And then purchase
The
lighting
lighting and-
fixtures,
yeah.
recommending we flag.
Yep. So Centuries, it's flag the lighting fixtures for 30,000 and the reconstruct base and pave, the suggestion is to cut it in half, but we're flagging it as just a general, let's talk about that.
And then under the 409,760, I'm suggesting we flag the 16,000 for the carpet in this room, the 1,800 for the security camera, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say the other one or not.
Uh-oh.
Which one?
The paint exterior
Oh,
stucco.
he's not supposed to say that
I didn't say
one.
that, okay.
As a potential to remove.
Right,
Oh,
I
well-
will really defer it to the board. If you walk out.
I know where it is. I know what you're
It just
talking
looks like the letters of Ferguson Township are
Have you guys
crying.
seen it?
It
And
does.
I really
Yeah.
have a hard time seeing that every
Yeah.
time I come in.
Yeah.
So certainly I will respect the board's decision
Yeah.
if that's what you decide, and I will support it.
And
Yes.
if we do end up cutting that, if we want to leave something in there to specifically address that particular issue, I mean, we were talking about painting everything, all the stuff, that's what that dollar
Oh.
amounts, that's what that dollar amounts for, all the way around the building, everything.
So,
If you wanted to, you could leave it all, you could reduce it all, you could leave some amount to address that concern,
I see, okay.
which I know what the manager means about the.
I do too, and I don't like it either. That always does that, though. Like, that,
Yeah.
I don't understand stucco. Like, why is it a thing even that people use? Because it always does that. But anyway,
That's fine,
it's, we have the stucco, and it is what it is. So we could theoretically just do a little touch-up, though, as opposed to the 40,000. Like, if we were to flag it, I mean, I'm sorry, we're just trying to cut what we can. I don't want to see that bleeding letters thing anymore either. If
you're
there's a
gonna-
method that we can just address that, let's flag this for further
Yeah, we could
discussion.
do, like Eric was saying, we could just do
One
that
side.
side of the building.
There
We
you go.
could, kind of parse it out.
Okay,
So if you cut it in half, that would give us half the
Okay.
building.
okay, let's flag this to consider a cut in half.
Something less than
Thanks.
that, we would just focus on the entryway.
Right, gotcha.
And
Don't do
then
it how I would
What
do
else
it.
did we have in there? Oh, the carpet.
Oh, yes, definitely flag
Carpet.
that. This poor carpet, it's never gonna get replaced. We flag this every time.
I was so excited to flag it.
Yeah, I know, me too. I'm like, it's not that
What's wrong with
bad.
this carpet?
Don't look down.
Just push a table over there.
Yeah.
You'll never see.
We still have some carpet
Squares.
tiles.
There's just,
And,
yeah.
yeah, and we do, it is scheduled for cleaning.
Right. That's what I was gonna
Okay,
say.
there
We
you
have
go.
it scheduled for
Cleaning is probably a good idea, yep. So we'll flag the replacement portion. Okay, thank you.
What are you people doing here when we're not here?
Yeah, that was my coffee, I'm sure of it over there. Just kidding.
So this is why we can't have nice things.
That's
We
right.
don't get the money and you
It's
throw
my
coffee on
coffee.
it.
And then I don't know about the security camera. I have no opinion about that. I mean, if that's
Wasn't that a
in
request by the police?
That was requested by police. I flagged it for them. I probably shouldn't have. So they would
Well,
not, they would
isn't
not.
it, go ahead. Isn't it some sort of area that's not currently cameraed that we want cameraed?
So it is a recent recommendation, and when I discussed earlier with, I can still say Chief Albright, though he's
Yeah.
vacationed out, this was not a strong priority that he felt at that time.
Flag it.
What's that?
I said flag it. If he, no,
Right,
if he
and I think
truly
it's
felt-
right, and I think it's something that can be revisited for
Okay.
next year's budget. I didn't receive the request as a strong dire need, and perhaps Dave might want to weigh in
Okay.
how he heard the,
Yeah.
No, I'm
Request.
echoing your comment.
yeah.
Okay.
So I would be.
Flag for further.
Yeah.
In fact, we could probably cut it, but we'll flag it for, yep. Thank you.
410,750. Who wants to talk for police? It looks like they're suggesting removal of the motorcycle.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Sergeant Hendrick did review this section yesterday while he was here. What we didn't review was the item that we could consider removing as a budget cut, and the electric motorcycle is certainly something that I would
Yes,
say
please.
should be
Yeah.
great.
And the electronics and accessories for the motorcycle then, too?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the planning director talked about 414,750.
Yep.
So I believe we can go to 437,750. This is capital equipment and public works new. I don't see where I flagged anything in there. Public works equip, and that's all from the CIP. Oh, I did add some items that aren't in the CIP. Installation of protective mirrored 3M film on exterior and interior glass doors. Our officer in charge had a quote to do some protective film installation and some mirror film. And I reviewed it with him, and I believe he cut it back to just the police department, although I'm not sure where it is in here if he discussed it. But what remains here would be to do other parts of the building. So for example, the glass doors out here that are all glass, Public Works would put the protective film on there. In other words, if we have time in the winter, and our guys are able, I'm just saying, we'll perform it in-house instead of buying the service, we'll just buy the materials. I think we would buy enough material to do one door first and see how handy we are with it. I've done some of this at home. I've watched them do it here. If we're successful, then we could continue it. If we're not, then we'll stop.
I'm imagining like self-tinting your car windows is what I'm imagining, but I have a lot more confidence in your skills than mine in that respect, so, yeah.
Yeah, the protective film is thicker,
Okay.
so it's not
It's not gonna
crinkly.
wrinkle,
The biggest trick in it really is just getting the bubbles out.
right? There you go.
Yeah,
Good luck.
yeah. So that's an item that was not in the CIP. It's a security.
Yep. Maybe you're gonna hit this, the replacement of the high-pressure sodium to the LED at the 3 signalized intersections. I don't think you had that highlighted for removal, potential removal, but where is that and how urgent is it?
Yeah, so that is a continuation of a program, and we're probably nearing the end of it, where we have gone to all our signalized intersections and we retrofit. So we take out the high-pressure sodium and we put LEDs in to reduce our electric bills.
What is the lumens? Is it under the 27?
I believe, as I've talked to the township engineer, we're working toward the 2,700.
Okay.
Some of the ones in the past were probably
Yeah,
higher
the
than that.
4,
They're probably 4,000.
Yeah, it's what our ordinance said, so
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, it's okay. Thanks.
Yep.
We shouldn't flag it, it's part of a continuing program.
And then that's done, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes. 43760, Public Works Fund. Well, yeah, those are our big items. So that's our, this is a rebudgeting. Oh, that's the bucket truck, yeah, that's paying for it. PW 45, a single axle truck, that's 15 years old. And then the purchase of new mowers, starting with our first electric standing mower, as long as it is available, or we can get it, is what I'm saying. So nothing proposed there. I did flag 434,372. You may or may not want to do that, but that would be that's a new project that we've not yet started.
That's the
Uh,
streetlights.
Yeah, that's the streetlights. We did start surveying, so if you,
Mhm.
our in-house surveyor's been out there. Yeah, I've had discussions with them. We've gone for a drive and a walk, and, we've looked at where we can, consider placing these. So we've started some in-house, but we have not, obviously progressed to the point of putting out the bid or construction. So this is optimistically next year, if we get to the point that we can put it out to bid, this would be, construction money
These are for the new ones?
for the new ones,
Yeah,
yep.
for the new ones to finish the town.
Yep. And it does include funding also for decorative ornaments and flags for
Mhm.
holiday celebrations. I know I've talked to the planning director and the community planner. I think they're purchasing some out of this year's budget.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure what's planned for next year.
Mhm.
So,
Some bows or something, I think.
so I can move right along.
I want to flag it.
Okay,
You
we're
wanna
flagging
flag
that, we're flagging it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do, but I don't. I'm sure
know.
y'all can understand.
Mhm.
Yes.
Just for just the account. and for
We
discussion.
are flagging, streetlight improvements discussion. I don't think we're focused on the 10,000 portion of it.
Okay.
But we'll look at it in total.
Okay.
455, we're getting into our street tree program, so that's to replace a certain number of street trees, either that died or planting opportunities. Contracted services are found under 01. I think we're moving to Fund 32 now, aren't we? Unless I'm missing something, page 280.
No, I don't see that you're missing anything. I think
Okay.
we can go to 32. Thank you.
All right, Eric, do you want to do revenues?
Sure. This is where the 700,000 has to be added under 354,030. So that has a grant. That's going to help considerably. And then the calculation from the general fund based upon that formula. Those are two large items in the fund. And there's a fair amount of money in the transportation improvement fund, so we expect to get a decent amount of interest next year. Those are the items I have.
All righty. All right, expenses. 408,314 is design. First item has $0 associated because we're doing all that design in-house. The next one, I believe, would be a carryover. So we've received a $700,000 TASA Transportation and Safety Act, perhaps. They changed the acronyms over the years. Used to be TAP, Transportation Alternatives Program. So this is for the engineering part of it. The 700,000 grant is for construction. We have to upfront the engineering, so that's what this is.
And didn't we get
So-
something else? Another grant?
Yeah, I think we got a $50,000 liquid fuels grant from the county.
Yeah, so is that for construction?
Yes.
Too?
for
Okay,
construction,
okay.
Yes. All right, and now there's two items here that I have flagged. The 16,000 for the consultant lighting design for the 18 new lights. So if you're gonna flag
Right.
one, you should consider
Yep, flag that
flagging the other.
yep, mm-hmm.
Unless you wanted to proceed with design and just flag the construction money, so.
Let's flag them both for now so we can
Okay.
talk about them together.
Design of the school flashers in-house, the overhead lighting at Cherry Martin in-house. The I did flag the Pine Grove Mills parking study only because we're planning on doing it in-house. But I know during the capital program, we talked about leaving
A
that there. in-
contract,
in the
we talked
event
about a contract
Right.
so that we could make sure we got that done.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
So we should leave it in here to give flexibility of either contractor in-house.
That's what we talked about during the
Okay,
CIP.
yep.
434, 361, streetlight construction. That's the current project that's awarded. Mobility study, implementation, probably depends on the color of money, but what I flagged, at least on my electronic copy, I don't know if I put it in here, 160,000, the engineering design for the 2645 Nixon Road project.
So that is the traffic light or any,
We aren't allowed to have.
or traffic light or stop signs, or what exactly is that for?
So the board chose an alternative in that mobility study.
Mhm.
You were presented with a mini roundabout, a large roundabout, and a stop-controlled intersection where we get rid of the flashing light.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't meet the warrants for the signal. The mini roundabout was thrown out by the engineer because upon further consideration, he didn't think it was a great design for that spot. So we had the large roundabout or the stop control, and the board was in favor of the stop control. So
Right.
these would be geometric improvements, pedestrian improvements for a T intersection that's a stop control.
Mm-hmm. And then how does any of that engineering overlap with stuff that's going on with the TASA grant? Like, will the sidewalks be in those same areas? Because what I'm wondering is if we should flag this, if we flag it, and discuss doing it the following year after all those other improvements are done, and then moving forward with this engineering the following
It
year.
can be done either way. So if you wanted to keep it in, we would talk to the selected consultant about supplementing their contract, because it doesn't make sense to have two different designers designing things that are in the same area.
Mhm.
So it would be incorporated. If we flag it, we would do what we're doing. It's not dependent on this. And then we know that we have something planned in the future here. We consider that as we're doing things, but we probably wouldn't touch the intersection right now is what it would come down to.
Mhm.
Like where those stairs are, the ramp, that big ramp, it would just stay. And the project would start above that, and Sharrows would come through, but we wouldn't touch the pedestrian crossing, that ramp, the signal.
So if we move forward with this engineering next year, that could complement what we're doing with the TASA grant.
Right.
Could we
Oh,
get an economy of scale on that contract, do you think? I'm saying that word, I don't
Perhaps,
need.
yes.
Okay. Just because they're in the same location, they don't have to move their, I don't know, surveying tools or
Yeah,
whatever it is that they
would be
use.
designing whatever their future
Their
improvements
compass
are
or
to
something.
complement what's going on now.
Because I just, like,
But you don't have to.
right,
But
we
you
have to
can.
be, right, we did just move the street light project over into the red flagging. I would not be in favor of moving this to the red flagging. I would understand why other board members would want to move it. But let's talk about it in totality then at the end. But I would not want to red flag it, but I understand that anybody can red flag it. Going once to red flag it. We are not red flagging that. Okay, not red flagging that one. We can move on.
439, 310,
Hold on, Dave. I have a note here to use some of the committed fund. Looks like 400,000 out of the 894 in the capital.
what are we on?
So up here in this guy. So I think there was a discussion of taking some of the money out of capital here
Oh, I didn't get there yet, did I?
and use it from that Northland Ability
Yeah,
Fund sinking fund.
right, I didn't get there yet,
Okay.
but I'll remember. If I forget, you're gonna remind me, I can tell.
You'll be right there.
So I guess, well, my document just flipped many pages and I lost my place. But my question is about that sinking fund and, well, I lost my place.
Well,
so
do you
I
want
can't
to
ask.
do you want to get to your place
Yeah.
while I actually shift gears for a second?
Yeah.
We're having a moment over here of concern just about deliberation being late at night and just, we were wondering if we can move the deliberation portion of the evening to November 15th, or if that sets our schedule to the crazy. I know, I just saw your eyes get a little bit bigger when I said that. And because the staff won't have time to get the stuff in
The
there.
legal ad for November 15th has already been released.
Okay.
Advertising the
Yep.
items for action.
Yep, okay.
If
All
it was
right.
just a discussion, I would say,
Yep.
but changes to the proposed budget's pretty significant.
Yep, no, it's not a problem.
But we could-
We are getting there.
Yeah.
Yep.
We certainly could advertise for a meeting on a Wednesday or a Thursday for deliberations only, if the board would.
Okay, we'll
Wanna-
think about it. We'll see what we can do here. All right, thank you.
I found my place. Thank
There
you
you
for
go.
your patience. Here's my thought, because we're committing additional money to the sinking funds, can we hold off on that commitment of those sinking funds for this year? And this is in relation to the flag discussion. So.
Is the
yes.
sinking fund, which sinking, is it the?
So this is the
Northland?
Pine Grove Mills Mobility Committed Fund, and it's budgeted at a $300,000 addition.
Okay, and this is not from the ARPA money?
No, this
Okay.
would just be, this was a
This is straight up
transfer
budget
in
dollars,
as
okay.
a contribution to that fund, and we're taking out 160. So I'm just suggesting that we flag the 2023 commitment to the fund.
Yep, flag that one.
And I think what Eric was asking is, what about the Northland Mobility Fund, the next right below it?
Right, flag it as well.
I think you're talking, I need clarification. I think you're talking about the same.
For now, I was just talking about the Pine Grove Mills Mobility
Oh,
Committed
I
Fund.
understand. Okay.
Under 435-610, because we have a sufficient balance in there to pay for what's budgeted for that engineering, for that, the stop,
The
yes.
thing that we,
For the engineering
Didn't flag
design. Correct,
Right,
yeah. So I'm
yes.
suggesting we flag that
It's not-
$300,000 contribution.
the
for this year.
contribution portion, right.
Yeah.
And then
understand
I
what you're saying.
immediately jumped when Dave Mudricker said, and what about the Northland contribution next? I said, flag that too. Just for discussion then. I don't know even what that fund is at and what we're planning, but we can move through that now, I think. Is that where you're going next, Dave?
Yep.
Okay.
439-310. This is right-of-way and appraisal services related to the Pine Grove Mills task. We call it the TASA project, if that's okay. Same with 313. Nothing in utility. All right, I gotta break these next ones down for you. Sorry it's late at night. In the capital improvement plan, there's $21,000 for Middle Street and $78,000 for Park Center Boulevard.
Oh, I remember
So
this.
upon further review, even if we weren't looking at budget cuts, we're probably, what I'm recommending we just do base repair, micro surfacing on those roads. Where we do need pavement repairs, which unfortunately wasn't populating out of the paver program because it was such a long section, it was costing too much money, and I had it restrained, and we fixed that, is Blue Course Drive. So the $894,000, I should share my screen here. Can I share my screen? we seeing this?
It's a black screen right
Your
now.
screen sharing is paused.
There you go, you got it.
Yep.
Interesting how I'm covered, even though it doesn't look like I am on my screen.
AV room improvements on the way.
Oh, okay, we can see it. All right, 21,000. Slide over here, guy. The green, 21,000 for Middle Street, 78,000 Park Center Boulevard, 283,000 Blue Course Drive from Martin Street to Circleville base repair, surface profiling and overlay. So that is the paving. The 46,000 was related to stormwater and the 15 related to the curb ramps for paving. The 451,000 is the Northland Mobility Project. So that's the mid-block crossing, the RRFB, the lighting, the median refuge, concrete median, transit waiting boarding area. So that is our latest estimate for that work, is the 451,000. So of the, I can stop sharing. So of the 894,000, that's the breakdown for that.
Thank you. So there is maybe some development that's going to be happening over in that area, and we never want to move on any kind of improvements if we're going to be able to have a developer do them. Is there any thought that there may be any opportunity for development to come in and cover any of that?
What you said, is there ever any possibility?
I
I won't say
in a
there's
reasonable time.
Yeah. I'll,
With the rudders and the TTD and the,
so those types of improvements typically focus on improvements that adjoin the property
right.
or an agreement for improvements if they're off-site. And this is
Okay.
This is pretty far off.
It's pretty far off. I was
Yeah.
stretching a little bit there.
Yeah.
Could we flag it just for
Yes.
further conversation? Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I do just
Yeah.
want to, I wanted to just double check and confirm before saying anything. So if the board wanted to hold a separate special meeting for deliberations.
Yes.
We just need to have a legal advertisement submitted to the Center Daily Times by noon tomorrow, for example. If we wanted it to appear in Monday's newspaper, to hold a special meeting on a Tuesday. So we have to get the legal advertisement submitted by noon, so it appears in the next circulation, and it needs to appear within at least 24 hours prior to the special meeting. So I just wanted to share that with you.
I honestly can't imagine finishing this, also knowing we deferred parks, doing the deliberation and coming decision. I just don't think it's a reasonable task for us to consider. And I'm sorry that anyway, we can keep moving, but thanks for that. Yep, let's finish up. Let's get to the list of red flag point and then reassess. I don't think we're too far off, but
No, I think that's a good idea.
it was misleading because we got all the way down here to the agenda, and then there's like a lot packed into these few sentences.
Yeah, like big dollars.
Yeah.
$dollars at the bottom.
There's the last line.
Flip that next year, so
Yeah,
put
flip
all the
that,
big
flip that,
things in the
yeah.
beginning. So we flagged that, and then when we look at that, can we look at that breakdown of what those components are? Because we'll probably want to address them separately because they're so varied
Yeah,
there.
definitely.
Water ponding is different than
Absolutely.
The-
That water
yeah.
ponding is terrible.
Yeah, probably the big numbers, if you wanted to break something out, would be all the mobility improvements. And then you'd be taking 451,000 out.
Well, that's what I wanted to look at because we could have a different discussion about where those catastops lie and the need for the mid-block crossing. So, yeah, we can focus the discussion on.
We're gonna get there. We
Mhm.
are gonna get there to invest after that study. We are.
Everything else comes out of the CIP, and I don't have anything else flagged in 32.
I don't want to flag this, but I do want to have a note under the school zone flashing lights on Cherry Lane. I'm so happy to see this here. This is such an important project and really a part of that mobility, those improvements. I just hope that we can get some partnership in doing that, since it's something we've undertaken, that you have undertaken, Dave, and the engineers, to really make this a safer area where there's some real conflict with pedestrians. So I don't think it should be fully Ferguson's responsibility, but I want it in here so that it gets completed. But I hope that we can, maybe just stick that on the list of things to address. Look for
let's
some
list
partnering
the
in
policy
that.
question about that, because people are gonna like it, then they're gonna want it at every school. So before that happens, we should probably talk to the school district about what that looks like in terms of cost sharing. Cha-ching, right there is a lot. That's not a small amount, and that also doesn't include the stuff like the lighting that we're putting in and the crosswalk, like all
Yeah,
of
we've
that.
got
So
major
we're decking it
improvements right
out.
there.
And
Yeah.
that school in particular, even though we're doing all the work, some of the students that use it are also State College residents.
Right,
coming over,
right, for
so-
sure.
And the school is in the borough, so it's,
Yeah.
but it just so happens the intersection is in, but, it's gonna be much better when it's all
Yeah.
done. These are really important improvements. but-
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything else in.
Oh, okay,
flag for-
okay.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
it?
The next,
Oh.
I think there's one item though.
Interfund
There's the
operating
NDA. There's two
transfers
more
out.
items.
Oh, okay.
Oh. What about Fund 33, 439, 610? I don't think we're spending that down if we're not doing the 18 new lights. So just something
That's
to
true.
flag.
Oh, because it's, yeah.
Not that it helps your general fund, I know it's money sitting in its own
Yeah.
fund, but.
We can
Okay.
flag it though, yeah.
Because it will still remain in there if we don't
Right.
spend it. Yep. Right. Okay. Now, are we through the agenda items? Okay, so I'm going to remind us all that we did make the choice just yesterday, was it really just yesterday? To defer the COG Parks portion of the Ferguson budget review. So I'm going to take a minute, I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to talk about why that was a futile effort, and then we're going to make some more effort this coming year to resolve that and make it never be a futile effort again. So the idea was, I had gotten the timing wrong when I thought about that. So I thought that we were going to have an opportunity through the upcoming COG meetings to continue to talk about the COG budget, the Millbrook Marsh project, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to defer that in case there were any changes, but that's definitely not going to happen probably anyway. So, that's fine. So we're going to either review that tonight or just know that there's no point in us reviewing it because it goes through the COG, right? But here's the bigger takeaway. Let me see if I can get this straight. So it's a complicated thing. If we were going to finalize our budget tonight and send it, to staff to make the changes, and it would come to us December 6th then to advertise for public hearing, we would have had to make that decision like before the COG passes their budget. But the COG's budget is inside our budget. So what we do when we pass our budget on is we de facto are passing their budget. Now, technically, right, we aren't going to be passing our budget until after we technically pass the COG budget, but we're moving it forward before we pass the COG budget and have agreed. So this is part of the discussion with the finance committee and the timing and that kind of thing. So I have struggled to become fully aware of the problems with the timing, but right now we're in the middle of them. So we're looking at our budget as if those COG numbers are for sure. And by doing that, we actually ensure that they're for sure. So we have to break that chain as we move into the future years. So what we have now is the fact that we have not reviewed the parks portion of the budget. But again, not that relevant. We've reviewed our parks portion, not the COG parks. So what do we want to do about that? Do we want to look at that really quickly right now? Or do we just want to say, we are going to move it on because we really can't make any changes anyway? So, does staff have any concern about doing that second thing that I just said? Because, I mean, we can hit it really quickly. It's in the budget. We can just review it. It's just not on our agenda. We did defer it to a future meeting. This could be that meeting.
I do not have any concerns with
Okay.
that. That's a decision of the board. I mean, I will
Okay.
say that it's entirely up to staff if they want to stay for this conversation.
Yeah.
I
Right.
would understand
So
if they didn't.
Okay, yep. And also, then the deliberation, because that's another, maybe staff would want to stay. So, right? Does anybody feel the need to review the COG Parks portion of our budget? No? No? Okay, I don't either.
No, I feel like it's been reviewed, so, but that was just
Yeah.
me. I have reviewed
Yeah.
it.
Right,
thoroughly.
exactly.
We
We
could
have
just-
reviewed it with no ability to make changes, so.
Right, I mean, I think it's fair to, there's like
Right.
3 or 4 different
Right.
Categories in here, and we can just
Right.
list out our contributions.
And, right, and so really too, just to wrap up that, so when the budget comes out of the finance committee, it's really what's going into our budget. So, right, so the idea of the general forum and all of that is kind of, yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm good with us moving it forward as it is. So let's do that. Everybody's head nodding. And then we need to make a decision about deliberation, if we want to move into hitting the red flags or not. And that's a group effort. I could start it, it's 10 o'clock though, so I don't think we're going to finish it. But maybe others have a different idea. I mean, we could power through till 11 o'clock at night. So let's take a pause and decide, and then if staff wants to go, they, as the manager has indicated, right? That's-
I mean, I just, if you were going to talk about the parks, I was
Oh,
going to suggest
okay.
they didn't need to stay for
Okay,
that.
okay,
Unless
we're
if they
not
wanted
gonna do
to.
that. Yeah.
Right,
Okay,
but
we're
for
not
the
gonna do-
discussion of flagged items, they very well may want to
Okay,
stay for
yep,
that.
that is relevant,
Yeah.
yep,
I
right.
mean, it is, but, I've also kind of
Leave it out
presented
there, yeah,
my position
Yeah.
probably
True.
a number of times, and
True.
it's really up to you.
true, okay.
So if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to stay, but
I doubt I will have any questions at this point in time. Okay, so, I'm gonna stay and deliberate. It's up to you guys. You wanna stay start plowing into it?
Yeah, let's get it done.
Yeah.
Let's plow in. All right, let's go. All right.
Should
So we
we-
have a list.
Yes. Now, the only thing
Mhm.
that I can think of off the top of my head that we
Mhm.
might need Dave Modricker's
Mhm.
expertise on is that last Northland item.
Mhm.
I'll
So-
stay.
Okay. Can we
Yeah,
go
no,
to
I'm
that
just-
one
Let's
I'll
go
first?
stay.
real
that
quick,
way and work
then-
backwards.
I'll stay, so
Yep.
whatever you want to do is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we start with that one?
Let's
so
start
then he can
with
go
that.
after that.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Stay or go. Also, there's some leftover food out in the fridge, whatever works. But, so let's start with the most recent items and work backward. And then you, Manager Martin, and staff can make your decisions as you do. So, Yep, let's start with that last item.
So let's
Yep.
start with the school zone flashing beacon.
Yep.
There at Martin and Cherry Lane.
Yep.
Yeah, we're actually not, I didn't flag that one.
Yeah, that was
That was
only
a comment.
flagged
Just
for
for
a
cost
future
sharing.
policy question.
Okay.
Yep, oh,
All
that
right.
was easy. Check that
Yeah.
one off.
Done.
Great, awesome.
And then we can certainly, so of course, we're going in the, okay, so let's move into 439, 610 capital construction. Unless if you want to hit the, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed one. Go to the Northland Mobility
Okay.
Fund, committed fund.
All right,
And let's talk about removing the additional contribution that we've established to create what we've previously referred to as a sinking fund.
okay, so there were two parts of the conversation, then removing the contribution and then also removing the pedestrian island. So those were the two parts of the potential flag, I think?
Right.
Okay, all right, I've captured it. There's two flags on the one play. The flags are the pedestrian island, within the project of the microsurfacing, et cetera, and the contribution to the, what we used to call sinking fund and now we're calling committed fund. So there would be a savings, something of like $750,000, if I'm doing the math right. It's like 491 plus 250.
The mobility all by itself is 451. So you would be taking 451 out of 894 if you remove all the mobility elements. We would go out, fix the drainage issues, the ramps, storm pipes, repave the road, but it would stay just as it is. We wouldn't put in any concrete islands, we wouldn't put in rapid flashing beacons, we wouldn't touch the CATA.
Right.
Mhm.
So we want to do that eventually, but that's something we're considering pulling out for this year. Okay. I would like to remove that portion for this year. You,
I would like to remove that portion for this year and continue those conversations.
this year, removing that, the island portion to you two, to my left. The
Aye.
island portion.
I'm not in favor of that. We already have pedestrians that heavily cross that section of Blue Course. The other night I was actually watching, thankfully the light was red and where I turned to go to my house is like right before that, but I saw something crossing the street and all I could see of the person was they had a reflective strip on their shoe, but they were literally crossing Blue Course, no lighting at all. There's nothing there. They've been doing that for years,
Right.
like that. Fortunately, there's, I don't think there is any pedestrian crash data, but, yeah.
We were going to explore an alternate idea, of putting a big fence up. Just kidding. I'm like, how?
Oh, yeah, that's a
channel
solution.
those folks, right?
Right.
No,
The
Yeah.
reason
but
they cross there.
I've seen that. I actually have seen
they do that in
people do
places.
that,
right?
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so, understood, so your position is don't remove. At
Don't
this point in
remove.
time, this year, okay, Patty, it's a this year versus next, also I want to say it's a this year versus next year, or not a this year versus never, and that's about everything so far. Mr. Mondricker, and then back to Patty, who's thinking deeply right now.
Yeah, I do want to say that if we're making paving improvements to that section of the road, if we're thinking about doing this mobility
Oh.
improvements,
Okay,
we really need to think about either doing them at the same time, or, if we separate them, we're going to be coming in, ripping out some stuff that we just did.
okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
That too. Kind of also goes
Okay,
into-
could we then, if we don't want to remove this, could we put it in a priority scale of a later priority as opposed to an early year priority? Or is this in your work plan, Dave? I'm sorry,
No,
like, right, we don't see behind the scenes, so like,
We're actually designing all this stuff now because
okay,
we try to get ahead. As soon as the CIP is approved, we start doing what we can. Not consultant, but, like in-house
Yeah.
surveying.
That
as we
makes
have-
sense.
As we have time. If we're gonna remove the mobility part of it, I would think it's probably gonna be a few years out, right? So that it makes
Okay.
sense to go do all the paving. It probably wouldn't make sense to do all the paving and then next year
Thank you.
come in and do all those
It's not so
mobility
simple.
improvements.
Thank you.
Well,
Thanks
my
for-
question about the mobility, plus, well, I'll say this separately too, we have rudders likely coming in on the other end. So we do have some other activity happening on Blue Course. So, it's been a little while since we've addressed the mobility study and looking at other options as opposed to the island being and flashing beacons. I'm concerned that it's creating more of a problematic situation without having looked at removing the problem to begin with, which is the bus stop. If there are
Where it
people
is.
crossing mid-block for any other reason other than that bus stop, I've never seen it.
I think if you have some discussions with CAT, or maybe you have, you get some enlightenment there. So they don't have any plans to move that
Right.
bus stop.
Yeah.
I don't know that they can feasibly put it anywhere else to
Right.
serve that property. I haven't looked into it in that kind of detail. I know the township engineers had conversations with them. It was, CAT was at the table when we did the mobility study. Certainly if they could serve those students somewhere else without crossing Blue Course, that would be, you would think, the first low-hanging fruit. So this improvement is based on the fact that, if the bus stops are there, people are crossing the road to get to it.
So this is my hesitation. There is a problem there, but it's not created by us. It's created by them not moving this.
But here's what I think I remember is that the light, because of how short the block is and where there's a light and then there's another light and there's a curve and such, I think they if they're gonna serve that bound direction and not go into the development or something like that.
No, I think, I agree with Lisa. I think because you can get those apartment buildings from Martin Street. So it's just the students being lazy.
Whoa.
No,
It is.
But it is.
Because it's a direct route.
Exactly,
Yes.
because there is one that comes down, but then there's like the W, I think the W goes.
W
Blue
doesn't
Course.
go on Martin Street.
It goes Blue Course, but the N goes on Martin
And would
Street.
go down Martin.
Right,
So we're
so
talking
I think you're right.
passengers on
I
the
think if we
W.
just get CATA to move the bus stop forward, like closer to.
So
the
we did
Martin-
talk about this before. I agree with what you're saying, but Dave Modricker said they have already moved into design. So I'm just gonna take a pause for us here and say, not that we wanna keep going on it, but we did follow up with CATA at some point about this, and they doubled down on that bus stop. They were like, no, we really need it. So we would have to write a letter to them and say, this is what we see. Are we not seeing what you see? The N, the W, the what?
And I would add that since COVID, they've done major route changes,
Right.
Right.
spring, summer, and fall since COVID.
Right,
So I think they might be amenable to changing that. I mean, we just haven't approached them with a conversation
Okay.
recently.
So the
There's a
township
lot.
engineer did approach them, like after you brought that up while Hugh
Right.
Mose was here. So the township engineer talked to CATA's transportation planner. So maybe you want us to revisit or get into it deeper. I didn't get into any
Yeah.
of the,
Yeah.
any
Like,
of the
no, you
details
can't
of the
keep your stop there
discussions.
kind of stuff. We do that, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't do that, but, so you would reach out to them again to inquire about that. We, I think, are really worried about the idea of putting this massive investment in and then things changing with CATA. It would just be very, not good, not a good look, as they say. But also want to honor the work that's already been done with design. So my question about that was, Dave, is how far are you into design of this specific portion of the event? Because that problem with the ponding and the paving there really seems like it needs to be done. So, it's.
So we're not deep into the design of the mobility improvements. You know, we've started,
Okay.
all the work
Makes
that
it
we've
easy for me
done
then.
is useful for the paving and
Okay.
drainage improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
See if I can find the correspondence related to the mobility improvements.
I'm okay with not moving forward with it this year.
Okay.
But, and in addition, for a running list of things to add to January's agenda is, you know, taking real forward action and presenting to CATA, you know, our view of very problematic situation.
Right.
And how can we solve this?
All right, maybe we need to get John Spilchudge
Mhm,
here
mhm.
to.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
you're
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, what you're saying, we don't disagree. I'm just already seeing a majority
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
right? We want to maybe take away the hazard as opposed to provide a protection or something. If we can, it's not in our domain, but maybe we can talk about this with CATA and see if we can solve it that way. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
moving the bus stop, I'm not quite seeing how, it kind of seems like it would be kind of an inconvenience to anyone, especially like in Blue Course Commons, or even anyone in the T-Berry neighborhood that is trying to access public transportation. That would be like the closest bus stop for them. That
Just move it back,
So make-
move
right.
it back on, move it
Well-
before Circleville,
before Circleville.
on Blue Course, move it back.
I don't,
Don't,
anyway.
you know, you
it's
could
late.
either, like
Can
where
I
Circleville
read the
comes
one
into the
sentence
back.
Yes,
we got from CATA?
yes, please.
So this
Yes.
is Luana Oliva, September 23rd. Went over all this with the ops crew here, and we think the plan addresses past issues. We did look at the stop placement under current conditions and safety processes and still find that moving it would be problematic. And then there's some communication from Greg Couch, who's the transportation planner, noting that there's some service along Circleville Road via the WE route, but moving the stop around the corner would then miss service provided by the W and NV routes along Blue Course. Someone from CATA could probably speak a little bit more detail of the practical impacts of moving or eliminating the stop. And then that's when Luana confirmed with ops that they wanted to leave it there. So I'm not sure what else we can do at our level to communicate that with CATA.
Yeah.
Basically,
We may be able to do it at a higher level, but that's kind of
No,
our.
yeah.
Between Circleville and March, and you have enough of an overlap of routes. Also, it is, the speed limit around there is about 45 before Circleville, and then after that it goes down to 35, but of course, that's the other thing you have to consider.
So I'm sorry, I have to
Yes.
move this on
Yeah.
because it's really late
Got
and
it.
I don't mean to, like, that's why I wanted to move everything, because I don't want to not honor everything we have to talk about, but we can't get this deep into each thing. So, I am unfortunately very much on the fence, and we have 4 people, and we're a little bit, I mean,
Public Works is going to do
Let's-
whatever they tell us to do. I'm just trying to.
yeah, I know.
Sorry, it's
Um,
getting late.
Yeah, so
Yep.
if I may, Madam Chair,
Yep.
I will ask Dave one question. Dave, what
Will
are
you
there,
leave? Is that what you're going to ask me?
and come back with coffee? Maybe. No, so I guess the question here, seeing that the board is split here on this item, you know, what are there significant consequences or impacts for delaying this to 2024?
The only consequence is that we are going to rip up pavement that we just put down and put in a concrete island and whatnot.
If we move
If-
forward with the other.
Right, I mean the entire $894,000 project.
Oh,
So, because I'm more concerned about the road than I am
well, if
actually.
you're going to do that, I'd like to put the money on other parts of Blue Course that need it. I mean.
Right, well,
Blue Course
and that's my
really needs
question,
pavement.
is the
Yeah.
priority. I'm not suggesting we do it. I'm trying to help understand the consequences here to continuing prioritizing this as a cost savings project through a removal. Or if you want to shed some light on the the impacts if we delay it?
It's similar to any other impacts that we're
Okay.
delaying work on the
All right.
roads. It doesn't get cheaper and the road gets worse.
Okay.
That, I wouldn't want to, I don't want to defer that this addresses the ponding issue right there.
Right.
It is really dangerous. I have gone through there. It is not good. I think we have to address that. It's a safety issue. So sorry, I don't mean
That's
to be
okay.
all combative
That's all
and
right.
everything,
And-
but like I've driven through there and just like hit it like a brick wall. Not that I was speeding. I wasn't.
Good job.
Quick to add
So I appreciate that as a suggestion for sure. Okay, I think we have to call for a vote on this. I think we're split. I think somebody should make a motion if they would like to, so we can take action on this one. And if you want to, the motion would be whatever you want to pull out of the budget in relation to this item, whether it's the whole thing, based on the conversation, part of it. If you don't want to pull anything out, then don't make a motion. So if you want to make a motion, let's call for that now.
So what are you suggesting with it?
I
We end
am
deliberation and just say, like, move to remove all, to remove part?
Yeah, like start with a motion, because we're having trouble getting through. So like your developed idea of what you want to do on this item, whatever it is, all, nothing, well, again, no motion if there's nothing, but all, partial. Those are the only two choices I can think of. We've already explored the problems, like if you take out the improvements and you do the paving, then you gotta rip up some of the paving to do the improvements in the future. There's economy of scale to do them together. There is an issue there. We have explored it with CATA. We may not necessarily agree. They are the experts, so, that's where we're at. It's on our budget for consideration. So if we want to make a motion, we should. Going once?
I just don't have the words.
Oh, well,
Well, what's
let
your
me
thought?
provide you, do you want to do a partial or the whole thing? And I'll give you a motion that you can move forward then.
So I'm still confused about the partial. I would just like to defer this project a year.
Okay. So the project, let's talk about it in two parts. The project would be the paving and then the island improvement. That's how I'm breaking it out. Is that, you feel comfortable with that, Dave, for
I
that
call it
breakout?
paving and I call it mobility improvement.
Okay, paving and mobility improvement.
I have one final question.
Yep.
Is that crossing permitted there? Are people allowed to cross at that area?
Mid-block crossing.
Mid-block where they're crossing?
I was gonna say, where I am.
Are they permitted?
It's like any
I mean, it's a
Because my
crosswalk.
concern, is there a crosswalk
Well,
mid-block?
there's a thing
No.
called G.
I have to refresh
I
my
can't
memory.
recall if I'm
Well,
being
can we
honest.
call the
State
retired
College
No,
in Washington
chief
Forest.
right now and
No,
say,
the
don't you wish
the
you were here at this
crosswalk is
budget meeting?
Circleville.
Right, there's a crosswalk at Martin, at
And
Circleville, but
There's not one in between.
because I do have a real safety concern about this. Obviously, we've been trying to work on this, so I have no desire to not have something happen there. Even with this project, it's months and months until there's some kind of relief for those bus passengers trying to get across the street. So
Yeah, it's a good project, you guys. This is a good, like, we're having cold feet because of the money.
well, but also because CATA could move that stop at any time, and they could say, you know what, it makes sense for people to cross at light.
Can
They
we
could do
encumber their budget if they within 10 years move that stop? Just kidding,
I
it's a
guess my
joke.
point being is that for that new development there on Buckout and stuff, we voiced our concerns and they were they gonna move this stuff
Yeah,
there
they
too?
did move it.
Right, so why there
Yeah.
but not here?
I think it's a constraint. It's not like they won't, I think they can't. There's a lot of constraints in that area. You can't just stop a bus right after an intersection
It can't
and
be
right
worse than a
before.
buck out, though. I'm not to be argument, but I am wondering what the impetus was for them making the change at Buckout and not
Right,
here.
right.
So I guess that's why I'm saying if I would love to defer this for a year as well, can we,
You have to make a motion. Make a motion.
well, But my question depends on, or will determine if I'm willing to vote for delaying it, because if we can prevent those mid-block crossings, that are signage, there are 2 crosswalks within a half a block of there. Sorry?
You gotta build the fence?
Well, my thought is there's 2 traffic lighted crosswalks
Right.
within a half a block.
Martin and Circleville.
Yeah. Our problem is pedestrians crossing mid-block. So,
Because of the stop. Yep.
because of the bus
Yeah.
stop. So, I do want to defer this a year, but I want action on our behalf taken to see what can we do to deter those mid-block crossings, because I'm not, I want to,
Even if the one heading towards Atherton was moved, you could possibly mitigate.
Right, if you moved it.
That seems to
that's
be
the only one you need to move.
Right.
Because that's where the majority of the crossing is, because
Because
people
they're
get
either
off on
dropped
Martin
off there
Street.
and live across the street, or they gotta get on
Yes.
across the street.
You guys, I have
Yeah.
got to move us on. I
Okay.
am sorry.
I promise I'm trying.
Please, may we have a motion on the table if we would like one?
Motion to defer the mobility piece for a year.
The mobility piece, so
Only
that's the
mobility
portion of it?
piece.
The island, right?
Okay,
Second.
okay, so now we have a motion and a second on the table to move forward with the paving.
Or even whatever addresses, a limited scope of the ponding issue. I can't look at the,
Okay.
the breakdown in there, but I see your
Yeah.
point.
Okay. So we have a motion to defer the mobility study portion of this for 1 year. Let's have discussion on the motion now. I know we already had some, but let's be specific to the motion. To defer that portion for a year was the motion. Person that motioned is first on the floor if they would like it.
Okay, I think we could maybe work with the apartment building to see if they could put up some sort of fencing to stop the kids coming down the hill. At least ask, make signage, something, anything to defer it, and also discussions with CATA.
Yeah, I'm not sure that even this island entirely solves the problem as well. So we could end up with, people crossing to a non-bus stop. We could end up with still problematic crossings there. I'm just not convinced that this solves the problem while fully acknowledging there is a major problem there. So I think we need to take some really easy steps in trying to deter traffic there mid-block.
Okay, Jeremy?
I thought the mid-block would also include a flashing beacon, which seems to help in many instances where I have seen it used.
Okay, yep. I would like to amend the motion. I would like to move to amend the motion to defer that particular portion of the project for 2 years. And I really want to move it out further, but I want to talk about why I want to make that amendment if anybody wants to second it.
I'll
Just
second
for
it.
purposes of discussion. Thank you. I support the things that are being said about the island and also support the need for it currently. I understand the reason why we want to take a pause, but I'm very concerned about the idea of doing all of that paving project and then turning right around and ripping some of it up. So I want to honor what the Public Works Director said and say if we are going to defer this portion, that we should not think about it as a next year deferral, and we should wrap our brains around that we are deferring this for a period of time. And so that's why I said 2 years, but really I'm thinking further, okay? Because I don't, knowing this board, I don't think we're gonna feel very comfortable when it comes to the time to rip up the new paving and put this in. So I wanted us to take a pause and think about that.
So the whole project can't go on 2024?
It could, but then that would be a different motion, and we could amend that then. I just kind of wanted to slow it down and break it out, and that's why I wanted a motion. I just wanted us to get really deliberate about what we're saying here. So there is currently an amendment. I spoke to my amendment. It is just for 2 years. You understand the purpose of it. So do you want to speak on my amendment motion before I call for the vote on it? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you want to regroup the two portions.
Well, I'm moving along with the rest of the board in wanting to separate them, and I'm further separating them then. But because I'm not comfortable deferring the ponding and breaking up the road portion, but they're married. And so I'm just trying to deal with that the best I can, which is I will go along with the rest of the board of deferring that portion, but I don't want us to not acknowledge the implications of deferring that. So, like, it's a significant implication because we're gonna have a paved road. If that road didn't have a current problem, we could defer the whole thing and we would be not talking about this for very long at all. But it does, so we have got to address it. So there's an economy of scale that we're building on. We did decide to do that. We're stressed out because of the inflation and really wanting to cut the budget. So I want us to, it's hard to make decisions in such uncertainty, but I'm just kind of going back to the core of why, and I do hear your discussion with the CAD. We did pursue it. I don't think they're going to change that. So I feel like the writing on the wall is if we want to defer that portion for whatever reason, we should think that we're going to be pushing it out further. It's just my logic. So, based on that logic, I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment, which is to further separate it, and that's the goal of it. And the only reason I'm calling for a vote is so we can get to a vote on the main motion, right? So you know my intention. It's really not about the 2 years. It's about the intention of understanding further separation. Call for a vote on the amendment to the motion, which is to defer that portion if we're going to do for 1 year, 2 years, or to think about it in terms of a while. Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote on that. All in favor of the amendment to the motion, say aye. And you can vote yes for the amendment and no for the main motion, or yes for the main motion. It doesn't affect your main motion vote.
All right, this
Are
is
you confused?
I'm totally confused. So
Okay.
I'm just going to vote yes because I need to move forward.
Okay, so the amendment is to further separate out the projects because I am not comfortable with the idea that we're proposing we're going to rip
Okay,
up
now-
the pavement.
now I get it.
So I'm asking
Right,
you to
right.
now then
Yes.
agree with me about
Yes,
that. Okay,
yes.
so all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
I do.
Okay, so it fails. Okay, so now we have the main motion, and the main motion is to defer the mobility study improvement portion for 1 year. But to move, the de facto of that is to move forward with the paving. So I'm going to add that in, so we're all clear.
So you're amending her motion?
No, I'm not amending it, I'm trying to clarify it, because she did not say to not do the paving.
Okay.
So we go through with
So the
paving,
motion
drainage
is
improvement.
solely to remove that section of the project. So is there any discussion on that motion or any need for clarification?
So, yeah, can we repeat her motion?
Would you like to do that, Patty?
It was just that you fix the ponding but take out doing the island, right?
I
Isn't
missed that part, okay.
Fix the ponding, but,
Right, I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Okay,
so okay, yeah.
okay, so that was not what I understood, but, okay, so it was change the scope of the paving project that we currently have.
Oh, Lord.
So, yeah, we're really micromanaging into that project now, so I'm
All right, never mind.
I'm definitely going to be voting against it, but I
Okay,
will
I'm gonna-
continue to conduct the meeting for sure. But that's your motion still. So any discussion on that motion, and I'm going to call for a vote. Lisa?
So one suggestion here was to keep the ponding fix in. There's also elements in here of, say, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, which we have separately added at places like Nixon, where there's an actual crosswalk. So have we looked at just having a mid-block crossing?
I think that might be, have we looked at just having a mid-block crossing during maybe the mobility study? I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we
Just
did a mobility study, that's what we did.
Yeah.
And this is what came out of it.
So they would have looked at all of the options and then selected this option. So yes, likely that was, and it was like, let's do this particular thing. Okay, so I am going to call for a vote on the motion, which was fix the ponding and defer the mobility study improvement. I'm going to call for it, so we have to vote on that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so motion fails.
Okay.
Okay, now, I'm going to entertain any additional motions on this item before I move us on. Okay, we have no further motions.
I can't make a motion to remove it because I'm concerned about the safety issue and I want something in progress to be addressing it. I feel confident that with other measures, we could deter mid-block crossings. So I don't think that this is absolutely the way that the board should be moving forward. I won't vote against it because there's nothing else in place right now.
Right.
So I am going to be hopeful that as this proceeds, we as a board can address this in a different way. So we might end up with a $500,000 island, which we know is going to end up being $1 million island in the middle of Blue Course Drive, whether or not there's a bus stop there. So, but I can't comfortably not move it forward knowing that there's no other measure.
Thank you for summing that up. We're all in that
situation.
space, I
Okay.
think. We are in an uncomfortable place, but we're going to move through it. Jeremy, thank you.
Madam Chair, if we
Yes.
were to defer this a couple years, is there any possibility we could look at the Circleville Blue Course T-Berry intersection later down the road with that?
Madam Chair.
I don't think we can because
Okay.
there is a safety issue on Blue Course. If there weren't a safety issue on Blue Course, I think we could do a lot of things in the future.
Because I was just noticing a safety issue with the intersection. but-
Okay. We should put that on the January agenda. To review the mobility study, actually, it would be like a nice touch base kind of a thing for everybody.
As a consent agenda item that'll get put through, or are you
Oh,
recommending
I
that
just
this
was,
be?
no, I was just saying on our little side thing for January, that we have 2 new supervisors and that, like, we talk about these studies all the time. So just like a little brief refresher of what's in the mobility study would be good, because then Jeremy would have an opportunity to talk about some concerns he's seen, right? And then that could feedback loop back in. And I'm just going to go visit those apartments and, hi, could we put a fence up? I'm kidding, I'm not really. I said something in an earlier meeting and it got everybody's feathers ruffled about an action.
But I think there's steps that we can take, because like I said earlier, even if we build this island, it's not going to solve this problem in the next 6
Right.
months.
Right, okay. We are through one item in our red flag list. All right.
It was a big one. I mean,
It
this
was
is
a
the
big
biggest
one.
item
It was a
on
big one.
here.
We're not going to take as long on the $1,000 ones. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Martin, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We also have in the Pine Grove,
Yep.
435, 610 account mobility study implementation. There was a flag to remove the contribution of, what is it? Pine Grove Mills Mobility Committed Fund, remove the contribution of $300,000.
Go ahead.
My question there is there still sufficient balance to complete the engineering or design for what's going with the TASA grant if we don't put that money in?
And that's from the general fund.
Oh, because that
into
comes from the I already did
Yeah.
that math, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Skip my
So,
question.
and this isn't actually a non-spending thing, this is just a don't move it over and
Yes.
don't encumber it for that particular fund. So,
Yes, no, you're right, yeah.
yeah, don't
Yes.
restrict it.
Yes.
So
Sorry,
it
yeah.
really is not about a cut in spending. So I don't feel strongly one way or the other, I'm gonna totally go with whatever the board wants to do. But again, it's no change in spending, so it really is just like a difference in a transfer or not a transfer.
I'll make the motion to
Okay.
not make
The transfer.
the transfer.
Okay, I'll second it. Any discussion on the motion? Just trying to keep money in the general fund?
Yes, it just keeps that money there and
Yep.
committed.
I'm fine with that. Anyone else want to add anything? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Ding. Okay, next one.
All right.
Did we do Northland?
The non-transfer, no.
Yeah.
The non-transfer, okay,
Or do
so,
we need to do that? No, because that doesn't come out of,
okay, so we don't have a plan to transfer from the general fund into Northland this time?
it's in here.
Are we gonna make a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to not add the
Okay,
committed funds.
I'll second that. Okay, does everybody understand what we're doing too
Mhm.
now? We're just talking about not committing the funds.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Just keeping it in the general fund is what we're doing here. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Alrighty. Next up.
All right.
Did-
Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
Did you flag, or did I just, or did you not flag the engineering design for 2645 Nixon Road?
We did flag it.
430.
we
No, we
unflagged
didn't
it.
flag it.
Did
We
not
didn't. I
flag it.
prayed
Okay.
us through that one. Yep.
That's
Yep.
Streetlight
Yep.
fund.
Yeah, that one we did flag. Okay. All right. Is that the next one, the streetlight project, or?
Let's see, the Blue Course Drive, 439-610 capital, which we've already discussed, so we're gonna skip that one, right? Great. And then we have 435-610, remove, oh, my notes are, let me flag the TIF, design and construction, my notes are, we're working on the back end here, I was gonna clean up my notes and use the ones from yesterday that were clean, but, yeah, so I've gotta find that. Dave, do you know what account number that is? I don't have that one written
It
here.
doesn't matter the account, just what's the topic?
It's the, there was flag from the TIF to remove the design and construction on, I'm looking right now.
I'm just not recalling it,
Dave,
or
do
I'd
you-
be filling in the blanks
If
there.
we're working backwards,
Right.
we were at 435, 610.
Design and construction on,
The next thing we talked about was keeping the Pine Grove parking study, the consultant design for the 18 new lights, 16,000,
Yep.
under
That's what it was.
408,314.
Okay, so it's the streetlight project, and there's a
Right.
couple different costs associated with that.
Right.
Okay, so next item that was flagged is the basically finishing of the streetlights in Pine Grove Mills. So they're on half of the village right now. We're working on getting them off the tariff and onto LED. And then this portion of that total project would be the other side of the village, streetlights. And then, right, there was some associated costs. Does anyone want to make a motion about that project?
Motion to defer that project for a year?
Okay, we've got a motion to defer the Pine Grove Mills streetlight project, not the one in current, the future one, for a year. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please, if you would like to deliberate, you have the honor because you gave the motion. You have the honor of going first, honor or task.
Yeah, I feel like there's so many moving things happening in that particular area right now that maybe we can just defer it and draw it out a little bit. And
Okay,
anyway,
okay, yep. And Dave Modricker, quick question about that. When she's saying it's all going on in the same place, I'm like, is there economy of scale? Deferring this has no bearing on anything, okay.
Other
all right.
than it just costs more in the future, but
Right.
it's not
Gotcha.
tied directly into
Okay.
any other project.
They can't do both projects and it's cheaper, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera.
we've already awarded.
Okay.
the-
Alrighty.
Yep.
So we've got the motion and the second. Any further? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. Vote to defer that project. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, aye. Motion passes 3-1. Okay, next up.
I have on my list the Fund 30 for 10,750. Do I skip one? Anyone, please
Using
share?
numbers, I'm looking for words,
Right,
Lisa.
okay,
Can I
right.
match
The
one,
ele-
eight,
the
two?
electric motorcycle.
Oh,
But I very-
motion to remove the electric motorcycle and the other little cost, $6,000 associated with it for some sort of
Yes, I
equipment.
make that motion.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next up.
Okay, I want to pause. Did I skip anything between the streetlight improvements and the motorcycle? Looking at staff, going once, going twice. Okay, all right. All right, so then we'll go into 409,760. And this is flagged for what has been recommended as a consideration to reduce the budget. We talked about half the amount for painting the exterior, the
okay.
carpet.
Okay, so this
Totaling
one, this,
83.
thank you. On this item, I will entertain a motion, can we do it double barreled, to remove the $16,000 for the carpet and to reduce the $40,000 of painting the exterior to $20,000. I would entertain that motion.
I will make that motion. This is Patty.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion?
We also had the security camera in that line.
Oh, okay.
And-
Motion to amend.
Amend to also remove the security camera.
Do we have a second for the amendment?
Second.
Okay, all right, now let's, discussion on the amendment. It's not necessary, we can move it. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, amendment passes. All right, on the original motion of the 16,000 for carpet and reducing the 40 to 20 for paint exterior, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next up.
All right, and then I have, let's see, 409,750. 409,750, is this the, remove
outdoor
30K for outdoor, I was getting to the words, outdoor lighting and,
Yeah.
change.
Something's cut off and change
Yeah.
110 something.
The paving.
Oh, for
yeah,
paving.
Change the 110,250 to 50,000.
And Dave, you know, that, we've deferred it and deferred it, and we are interested in making cuts, but like, I don't want to have us defer it because we didn't put enough in the budget. Are we feeling comfortable with that 50,000 for that? Is it going to get the job done? If you-
Maybe not, but we'll get done what we can.
What if we, so it's at 110, if we did it at 70, do you think it would be more likely that you would be able to get the whole job done?
It would be more likely at 70, yes.
More likely. I set myself up for that answer. Okay, do we have we don't have a motion on that
No.
yet.
I gotta get my
Okay,
PowerPoint.
I want to separate these out for a second. I would entertain a motion to remove the 30,000 for the outdoor lighting.
I move to reduce to remove the $30,000 for the lighting.
Okay, do I have a
This
second?
is Patty. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously to remove the 30,000 under 409,750 for the outdoor lighting. Okay, so now let's talk about the reduction for the paving of that parking area. So we have a recommendation that we could change it from the 110 some change to 50,000. I then recommended maybe 70. That has been a project that's been lingering, and I think we probably all acknowledge it really needs to be done. I would entertain a motion. What's your judgment on like how we want to reduce that?
Do you want?
If we want to reduce it, it's at 110. 50 is less than half. It's a project that's been outstanding, and it really needs to be done. So do we just try to reduce it to 70, 60?
There we go. We
It's
split the
halfway.
difference. Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion to
Okay.
reduce the amount to 60,000.
Okay. Do we have a second?
It's Patty, I'll second.
Okay. Dialogue on the motion.
Yeah, I mean, they're hopeful that they can get the work done in-house and
Okay.
hopefully they get a good portion of it done next year.
Okay. All
That's
right.
progress.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion to reduce the 110 to 60,000. And we had some deliberation. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
The next one up is for the administration vehicle. I'll just skip the accounts.
Oh.
Unless
Thank
if that's,
you.
unless
No,
if that's
please.
the only note that I have, and then I need to look to staff
Okay.
for,
Okay.
yeah, this one should be easy.
This is Patty. I move that we defer the purchase of the administration vehicle.
I will second that.
Go ahead and make your argument. Unless you don't want to, you don't have to.
No, I do. I maybe just make it eke out another year again. It's supply chain issues with trying to get new cars, et cetera. So, yeah, let's just make it easy on ourselves and.
Buckle up and drive safely, Madam Manager.
Oh, wow. Owie. Okay, so
That's from the
I hold a different opinion on this one. So that car has been around. I know it's going to go into the fleet and everything. The reason why I'm saying not defer this one is because of the supply chain issues. I think that we need to make a selection and get it ordered because I think we could be waiting for something. But I don't know. I haven't been in the market for a new car, and I don't. So that's my argument. That's really all I have to say about that. Any other discussion before I call for a vote? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes 3-1. Okay. Next up.
Well, my notes get a little, hold on here. All right, so then we have, let's go to supplies, materials, and account 438 to 245, which I believe is proposed from Dave Modriger's list of items. Possibly.
Yep, I see it there.
Or was it you, Dave?
It's 438, 245. Current total's 54,000.
Yes, that one.
Reduced total's 25,000. What is the topic on that one?
That's Fund 35, liquid fuels, supplies and materials.
Oh, supplies and materials, thanks, okay. I would entertain a motion. Here, I'll give you the motion. The motion would be to reduce the item from $54,000 to $25,000. I would entertain that motion.
So moved. This is Patty.
Do we have a second?
Second, Lisa.
Okay, any discussion? Thank you for being conservative in your material or your estimate there. So all in favor of changing that to $25,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. The next one up is the Johnson Road project in the Community Partnership Program.
Let's take them separately.
That's going to be Fund 20.
Fund 20.
Okay,
It's your page
stormwater?
number.
That's stormwater?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay, so that Johnson Road project comes out of the stormwater fee.
Should be, let me find it.
Page 165.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Eric.
While Dave's looking for that,
Mhm.
if you don't mind, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'll just,
please.
I'll weigh in with some thoughts. You know, I know that this community partnership program has certainly been something of interest, and even there's been conversations with interest and partnership with Clearwater Conservancy as well as the apartment complex. You know, I'm really encouraged when I see some of the existing apartment complex owners wanting to partner with the municipality
Yes.
to advance some, you know, environmental stewardship, and certainly even work with us to want to showcase this as an educational location for the work that, you know, the township's doing. I know that some have viewed the Fund 20, the stormwater fee, with some thoughts, and I think that this is an area for an opportunity for education. But
Okay.
with that said,
Okay.
I'll also defer to Dave with additional thoughts.
Okay. Do you want to defer back to Centrice's original thoughts?
The Community Partnership Program?
Or do you want to add thoughts?
No, I mean, it really, I thought was a great initiative and an effort to try to reach out and partner, you know, with private entities with commingled stormwater issues. So we've got lots of storm pipes that are on private property. And we did not take that step to take those over. What we said is we're gonna come up with this program to try to help folks that are struggling with affordability of stormwater projects on their property.
Okay.
So we haven't completely developed the program, but we do have somebody that the stormwater engineer, as the manager mentioned, is working with that would be a great fit for this program if there was funding available for it next year.
And what is the funding that's currently projected for the budget?
I don't have it in front of me. I believe it's somewhere around 55.
53,500.
53,500. And how did you arrive at that number?
$50,000 times 7%, maybe. 50,000 is what was in the stormwater fee level of service model that was built.
Gotcha.
So it's just escalated.
Gotcha. For the year of passage, time
Right.
passing. Okay. I think that is like an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure, so I'm not going to be making a motion. If anybody wants to make a motion, they can on the community, I don't know what it was called, the Community Partnership Program.
I won't make a motion on this right now, but I am interested in the process of somebody applying for these funds. Because if this is contributing to somebody's system or a group's system, I would think there'd be a lot of competition for these funds. So I'm just not entirely clear on what this is. I'm not ready to cut if this is education or if this is
No,
really.
it's making physical improvements.
This is making
Yeah,
physical
yeah,
improvements.
environmental.
Yeah, so I'm
I
interested in the
see.
process of how this can be fairly allocated.
And we're developing that.
So that's,
If we move forward with the one that we're talking about, it would basically be a pilot project. It would be our first project, and we haven't opened an application process yet. We're working on that. And this really came to light because we had an individual looking for credits for a large stormwater fee. I met with them, so we got a stormwater engineer, he met with them. We see this eroded channel and sediment washout, and it just evolved. So that doesn't have to be the first project. Somebody's gonna be the first project. But we do have to develop, we wanna develop an application and criteria.
right, because I think, if you say $50,000 is going to this first project, then who doesn't get $50,000 for their stormwater management on site? So,
And even if we decide that we're not gonna move forward with that pilot project, we still wanna have, I would think, a fund of money for whoever we pick that qualifies through whatever process we're using.
because I'm just imagining that could add up really quickly. So I think, I think my concern is saying yes to the 50,000 is that with no parameters on what's happening. Does that mean that one project can be $50,000? And so that's been, so if one person gets that, so I'm a little bit worried about that.
Is there a ceiling
but-
that you've thought of that, is there,
The ceiling.
as you begin to
ceiling-
think about
The
it,
ceiling's probably the budget. I mean, 50,000 sounds like a lot.
we
It's
know,
But if
trust
that's-
us, we know.
And that's my concern, is if that's going to one person, then, why wouldn't 20 come in January and want the same thing? So,
And this is though targeted for shared facilities. There's already some criteria.
Yeah, the concept was commingled public and private water.
So we are trying to address their taking of the public water into their private.
Correct.
And saying like, we're acknowledging that you're doing this for the township. Sorry, I'm having an issue with my throat. It's
Yeah.
just a little.
yeah, I don't want, but I think you understand where my concern is about it, just,
Just a transparent process
Yes,
that all potential clients, I don't know.
right. And this
people.
doesn't say anything, about parameters or limits per applicant, so.
It doesn't, and there was never anything in writing in any resolution or ordinance.
Yeah.
It was talked about at the Stormwater Advisory Committee level, and that's where the funding was put in. We had 50,000 in there this year we haven't spent because we haven't had a program
Yeah.
developed.
Okay.
So I'd like to
It's
be
a
able to say
carryover.
that the funding's available next year. I'd like to develop a program and have an application process. I'd also like to consider moving ahead with the pilot project. We might say, don't even move ahead with the pilot project until you have this process set forth and we receive applicants and we, rate them and prioritize them. If we don't have any funding, then obviously we're not going to move forward with it because there's no funding for a program, so.
But this is part of what we anticipated because of the commingled public-private, and I'm not going to even get into like any kind of policy discussion about.
No, and that's why I'm
confusing
saying I don't want to either. I
thing.
think it's a good program.
Yeah.
And I think it's good that it's not perfectly laid out in here. We don't have to make those decisions.
Right.
You don't have to right now. You can see
Right.
where your projections about the number of possible applicants could come
Yeah,
in.
that'd be interesting.
And then kind of work backwards from there is what I would think would be helpful.
Right, so for us, I think what I'm hearing is that we have no idea of what the scope could be in something like this. So as you move, we're not gonna red flag it or stop it, but as you move forward through it, just kind of like helping to educate us on like that ceiling as you begin to understand more about it.
Sure.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah, if this
okay.
sets a precedent that anybody with this commingled water
Right.
situation can come in and get 50,000, then we really have to have a budget discussion
Right.
separately about that
Right.
for
And
for
what
the
it looks
coming
like in the
years,
future.
because it's set a precedent then.
Yep.
And that's,
Yep.
but I think you're not there yet. I think you understand the concerns,
Yep,
so.
yep. Thank you for talking that out. And thank you, Dave, for your patience. Like,
Sure.
it's just so many things to keep track of. And like, I can't even remember hearing about that, even though I'm sure I did. So sometimes, unfortunately, in the budget, we do get a little bit of a surprise. Not nobody's fault. It's a surprise. It's just like, oh, wait, refresh. Wait,
That's
what? Okay, so, next item, we didn't have to vote on that. Next item.
Johnson Road.
Oh, Johnson Road. This is,
It's a Whitehall Road.
can we get a
Great.
staff recommendation on this, or do you not feel comfortable with that? I remember the problem, I remember going there, I'm not opposed to it, but we are trying to be careful with funding. Is this one to defer or to not defer? It was on the list, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Yes,
have
this-
any thoughts for
That's
us?
why.
This is one that, staff would not move on to make any remediation unless the board directed us, because it's water that's affecting one private property owner ponding in the backyard, said it was affecting his septic, indicated that it was water from upstream, and it's a road that has been there since PennDOT built it and turned it over to us. So there's a lot of pre-existing conditions going on. We looked at a lot of different alternatives, including working with the property owner. None were really successful. So he came to the board, and the board, listened to him, and what this involves is repiping the water across the street.
I remember
Is-
that,
is
yep,
what it
yep.
comes down
I
to.
remember that.
And the adjoining property owner has a pond or a permitted lake, whatever the case may be, and wasn't interested in redirecting anything over that way.
But then
So-
we found there was actually some sort of an obstacle. It was a septic field, and that's why you didn't want to
Yes,
redirect.
that's right. There was a septic field there.
There was a constraint.
There was.
Yep. So this is
Um,
what we got, and
this
if
is
we're
what we
gonna do
got.
it, this is it. Okay. Do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to defer this a year.
Do we have a second?
I'll second. This is Patty.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dave, for that explanation and the refresher. We have a
Sure.
motion and a second. Did you want to speak on it?
No, I remember I was on the field trip, so yes, if we can put this one off for a year, I'd support that.
And then also, it was great how it was like just after that other discussion and the commingled public-private and like the funding of it, and then this is like a lot of private, and then, anyway, so it's timely.
It's a broader question.
It's a
I think,
broader
is what-
question
yeah,
within
that's
it,
a good
yep.
point.
So we've got a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next up.
The next item I have on my list is the the stormwater worker position.
Is this the one worker that's also maybe an intern? I don't
No,
remember.
this
flagging
actually,
that.
there's two stormwater workers.
Oh, the two stormwater workers, we flagged one of the two?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that, I don't actually remember that at this point. Was that you?
I'm looking for the
I
page
don't remember
number.
seeing
Oh,
that.
here we go.
163.
163.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So this is,
I want to ask a question about implications of this. I'm not 100% sure where we are yet, but we'll figure that out. If we are passing all the projects and we don't pass this, do we have to revisit the projects, or is that your job? Are we impacting the projects if we don't pass? I mean, it seems like we are, but I'll put the question to you. How are we impacting things if we do this?
There are certain projects like the one we just deferred that we could do in-house without the expense of contracting out the service. There's going to be other, upcoming work and projects.
Okay. May bring some things in-house versus contracting them.
Yeah, that's kind of what it comes down
Okay.
to. But it's also really an acknowledgement that along with the fee, there's a level of service that we're going to provide. And right now, we provide it with the road crew. So what this is doing is it's allowing more work to be dedicated toward taking care of stormwater inlets, storm pipes, and stormwater-related issues. It was built into the level of service.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If we don't do it, it will be a continuation of just service the way it is now.
Right. Are they all unionized when we are high? Okay.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
They become part of the union?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And in reality, their skills and the set is very similar to a road worker.
Okay.
They would probably be doing, 90% stormwater, 10% road work, and a road worker might supplement and help that crew at times.
Gotcha.
All the time, again, accounted for through
The
Tracer, so
Tracer.
we know
Mhm.
how much time is being allotted.
Mhm. That's very cool, and you can tie it to projects done and everything, right? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have a motion on the table. We now understand the item a little bit better. Do we want to entertain a motion?
I'll make the motion that we add one worker as opposed to the two that I'm understanding are listed to be added for just this next year,
Okay,
defer the one.
we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion.
I mean, my thought is pacing the addition of staff in a way that's manageable with, we had a large transfer into stormwater fund from the general fund this year, and this just, maybe helps that a little bit. It won't change what's being transferred in, but, as the years move on in the program.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a quick question I just thought of. I don't know why when you were talking, maybe just gets my brain going. Is there an onboarding? And now I feel like, did we have this conversation last year? And we deferred this to this year, and then we talked about onboarding and that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
Okay,
20
James is shaking his head yes, you remember that. Okay,
Oh, here we go.
so is there an economy of scale, the two workers versus the one worker? Centuries is saying no, didn't remember that. Okay, we don't know. All right, is there any kind of thing like that?
Not significant.
Okay, all right. Just trying to explore all the
Yeah, that's a
things.
good question.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on this item? So the motion on the table is to only hire one of the two stormwater workers. It's just going to be a reduction in the service level. It's not going to impact the other worker or retention or anything like that. Okay, any questions, more questions for Dave? I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Aye.
Okay, there's a trend. Motion passes 3-1. Okay, next up.
You guys want to go to Fund 34?
Sure.
There's a few on there.
Is it
Page
Parks?
290, that's Park.
What are we
Yeah,
doing, Eric?
Parks.
Fund
Park
34
improvement.
from
Okay.
yesterday?
Are we, well, we're not done from this evening.
Oh, okay, bounce back. He was just
Hold
filling
on.
in the airtime.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just-
Yeah, I was,
Yeah.
okay, so let's see here. We have the stormwater worker, an amendment to change the land trust from 25,000 to 5,000. I don't think you need a motion unless if you want a motion, it's an.
No, it was a correction.
Yeah, we're just doing it a
If you-
correction.
Why don't we just make a motion so we're sure of it?
Okay,
Okay, motion, the motion, I would accept a motion to change the land trust from 25,000 to 5,000.
So moved, this is Lisa.
Do we have a second?
Patty second.
All
What
in
page
favor?
is that?
I don't know the page.
Land trust. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Okay,
Motion passes unanimously.
all right. And then the next item here, we have the community economic planner position. Account 414-114.
Did you guys get the page number on the last one? Lisa said it was
did.
144.
Yeah.
1.4.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the Community and Economic Development Planner. Okay, it's been flagged.
I don't have a page number for this one.
Do we have a page number for this one, per chance?
I'll get it here, I'm almost there.
I
It's okay.
will.
Oh, it might be on our.
But it doesn't matter, I
It's
can
in the
still.
agenda, yeah, it's in the planning and zoning. Page 140, or no.
Oh, yeah,
excuse me.
okay, yeah.
112. 112.
I flagged that, I can start.
Yep.
So my thought here, and like I said, to begin with, I'm trying to really focus on taking care of what we have, finishing projects that we've started. I feel like this position works with a lot of newer initiatives, and so I'm just, again, trying to kind of pace things a little bit differently so that it's sustainable. I think, a couple of things that I've thought of in relation to this position and knowing what the description is that position would do with the economic development was to, one thing we've talked about is using some of the ARPA money to get a grant writer to contract for grant writing for economic development. And the other thing I was thinking would be to actually get a study done on what economic development needs are in the township prior to bringing this person on, so that we can better direct them instead of them coming in and trying to establish this mini department within planning and zoning. I feel like that would put a lot on current staff, and anyway, so I'm suggesting we delay this additional position for a year. So that was my
Okay.
thought.
Do you want to make a motion?
I will make the motion that we remove the economic and community development planner position for this year.
Okay, we have a motion.
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay. You did discuss it a bit. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I would just say, I had those two thoughts because I didn't want to lose momentum in that area, but I'm really not certain about where that's going to go. I think bringing somebody on just to support businesses isn't maybe the best use of those resources. And we know from discussions that we could probably use some help in grant writing for a number of different areas. So that might be a conversation that could help inform all of these different processes without kind of overwhelming current staff. So
Thank you. Yep. Does anybody want to contribute to that? A few thoughts? Okay. My main thoughts really focus on just the burden of the department, the planning and zoning department right now. And I guess I do also have a little bit of concern about the roles that were discussed for this position. I'm also concerned about the size of our planning and zoning department and like the work burden. So if we were going to cut this, I would actually want to cut our participation in Route 45 getaways. Because, you know, it breaks my heart to say that, but I just, I think it's an important initiative, so I don't want to cut it, but I also equally don't want to burden our staff. Right, so I'm in a bit of a quandary there. So if we cut this, I think we're gonna have to cut that stuff, because we can't say, but we still want you to do all these things, but we're not gonna give the staff, right? Because it was like our initiative, so, yeah, so I would probably am not in favor of that. However, I think that the discussion of maybe the roles that the staff person might play, I think that merits some thought. So I guess I would maybe say my preference would be to leave it in, but make a request to staff to not fill it until we can have some discussions about it and explore a little bit more about what they presented tonight. And then talk about the workflow. And that is in the manager's purview, right? But this is a policy question, talking about bringing this on. So I kind of want to maybe have a little exploration of that. So my preference would be to amend the motion to keep it in the budget, but to request that staff not fill it until like Q3 and have some discussion. But I'm not making that amendment. I'm just having that discussion right now for the purposes of the discussion and getting thoughts on that. But my main thought really relates to the burden that we're requesting of staff, but the unwillingness. So I'd want to try to bring that into line. Thoughts?
I do concur about the burden, and I think we got a very good planning and zoning department. I want to be able to retain the folks that we have.
I mean, I think it's a good point. I think Route 45 needs to lean on their other municipal partners and other community group partners, you know, community organizations. Ferguson has held up a lot of that for 2 years now, so I think it's time to shift some of that responsibility. And yeah, so I'd be supportive of taking that off planning's plate.
Okay, so we have two interesting directions here. We do have a motion on the table. Do we want to amend the motion before we vote on it? You happy with the motion as it is?
I am. I'd like to
Okay,
pursue
let's
some of
vote.
these other
Yep.
initiatives and
Okay.
then revisit it in the capital improvement.
Okay, so I'm going to restate, the unamended motion is that we defer this position until next year?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
I
All opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion fails. Okay. All right.
Stays in.
Okay, you can make another motion about the deferring. Deferring to Q3 if you wanted.
Can we put that in?
We
there,
can make a
though, or-
request. I think this is a
Yeah,
little
I-
bit of a gray area that we don't often do. Centrice, do you want to add anything
Yeah.
into this as a new manager? We have done it in the past.
Done what?
Well, we've passed something in the budget, and we don't do it often. We're not trying to make staff track everything, but when there's something a little bit in betwixt, in between, we make a request to say, could you defer this? Let's talk about this. We want to keep it in, but we want to kind of move slowly on it.
Right. So I would say that if the board passes this, I think everyone should know that this becomes a manager's decision. And it is, at that point, once it's in the budget, it's at the discretion of the manager to move that position forward. Scope of work, the time of hire, et cetera.
Okay.
I would say that this would, if the board were to move forward and advance this position in 2023, I do see the value in having this position. I also see that this would not be a priority in Q1, maybe not even in Q2. I see an opportunity to even explore how this position is utilized, meaning certainly there has been some additional effort from the planning and zoning to do a lot more promotional activity and provide support to the Route 45 getaways. And I think that support has been good overall for Ferguson Township, specifically the Pine Grove Mills the village. You know, this is also a position that I have interest in exploring when I get some time, meaning certainly dedicating this position to do what was described this evening by our Director of Planning and Zoning, but maybe even tying this to some of the activity that I'd like to further explore and pursue with the IDA. The township has an industrial development and commercial authority, and that is something that is managed through the manager's office. So just throwing this out for some additional thoughts. So everything that was said for this individual to go out and do some work with our position with our businesses and continue our efforts to support Route 45 getaways. I also envision having this individual provide some support and work directly with me as the manager to re-envision or establish the effort of the IDCA. But that said, I wouldn't make it it wouldn't be the Q1,
Okay.
possibly on the tail end of Q2.
So
And that
sort of-
certainly would allow for some conversation, but I would want to just, be sure that there is that division and
Year round.
understanding
Yep.
of that.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate that. Yep, okay. Thank you. All right, so we can't make that, that is an inappropriate motion to make. Boy, probably can't even talk here soon. Whew, all right, so we'll move on then to whatever's next, the previous day.
Right,
Are we
I'll
on the
move on.
previous
Yes.
day?
The previous day.
Fantastic.
Okay, so.
We're in the home stretch. We're at yesterday now.
We are close.
Great.
We have here, oh gosh, I have the account, 414, 340, and it says advertising, printing, and, scanning. This is in, I believe, planning. Gotta find the page number. Oh, and I apologize. It's actually an amendment. So it said 14,000 and it should be 24,000.
Yeah.
Could we get the fund name and I'll make that amendment? I mean, I'll call for that motion. Or I mean, the line item number, whatever it's called.
414-340 advertising, printing, and scanning. I'll move that we amend that amount to 24,000.
Do we have a second?
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and then we have the legal, economic, what is this one? Oh, gosh. I have 463,540. Economic.
463.540.
Yeah, I've got to look this up, I apologize.
Four. I wish these numbers would just go in order. No.
I will, 463,540.
I have it.
Oh, economic.
463,540, economic
you.
development. Yep, it's page 144.
Economic development,
Yeah, the
so flagged
land,
it.
that's the $5,000 one? It's originally 25? Or is that something else?
No, that was the
This
land
is-
trust. That's just above it.
This is the economic development.
What
There's
was
a-
the flag? We just
Lisa
flagged
wants
it.
the flag as a
Just
comment
for
I had.
fun. Just putting some flags on things for fun. Just like flag it for fun, just to
To
make a
move
list.
on to IT if you'd like.
Yeah, we're gonna move
Yeah, I don't
on.
think
Nobody
they're-
can remember why we
Okay, so let's
flagged it.
move on
That's
to
another
IT,
thing.
the,
Yep.
the Microsoft Office 365 licensing.
Yep,
If
that was
we-
today that we did that. And we were gonna double that from
Right.
13 licenses to 26.
Mhm.
Do we have a motion? This was, okay, do we need a refresher on what this
No,
was?
no, no.
Okay,
There was a corresponding change too.
yes, which was a reduction,
Yep.
because we wouldn't need right below it. Okay, Eric's on
I
Eric's
got
on
it.
the job.
So you're gonna add
Um,
13 and delete 13.
So we would entertain a motion to add 13 to the Microsoft Office licenses and delete 13 licenses from the
Exchange.
exchange.
This is Patty, so moved.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, do we have any discussion on that? Previously mentioned discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next up.
And then we also discussed increasing the legal services for the solicitor from 35 or 30,000 to 50,000.
This is Patty, so moved.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay.
All right. And then we
Any
also,
discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Passes unanimously.
and then I also have here flagged the staff recruitment. We had budgeted for 18,000, and I suggested we could even consider lowering that and working with what we've got and not losing any employees.
Okay, and
Was
what
there a
would the
figure?
motion be to?
Reduce it from 18,000 to 10,000.
This is Patty. I so moved, reducing it from 18,000 to 10,000, staff recruitment, but
Okay.
Do we have a second?
And I will second.
All
I
right.
will second.
Trying to make Lisa talk when she's chewing her gummies. Okay.
All right.
All right, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and then we have the community engagement internship program. We have currently budgeted at 7,000, and this was flagged.
Yep, and this was flagged because we're too busy to take on an intern right now. I would entertain a motion to move that to next, well,
We
we
were
take
gonna
it out of the
reduce
budget.
it
It's-
to 2,500.
Anybody know what page number it is?
Yeah, I did 2,500. It's in the 401 general fund page number. I'll get that here in a minute.
Okay, so the motion that we're going to entertain is to reduce it or to remove it?
To reduce it to 2,500.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so just to review, that is the
The admin intern.
admin
Admin.
intern, reduced to 2,500. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Great. And then we flagged the CVICC dues, I think in the amount of 500 perhaps.
That's a for later question.
Okay,
We're going
so
to
we're
give
just
them
gonna
their
pass
dues.
it and
and
keep it
then-
going. Great.
Yeah, but next year, we're going to not give them their dues until we get the question answered of what are the dues about?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, what
Noted.
are the dues?
Yep.
Yep.
You're not asking me right now.
No,
Okay.
in the future, yeah.
Confirmed.
No, sorry, I kept saying,
That's
what
okay.
are the dues for? You're
So
like,
now I'm
"Stop asking
going
that."
to notes from yesterday here.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's see here. I have here flagged the cell phone and decimal meter in the
Yes.
police budget.
Okay, so here's the thing, all right, I flagged the cell phone, I just am not comfortable just doing that with no discussion about it. It came between the CIP and now, and I think we should wait for the new chief and get some information on that. It's a whole new project they're gonna be managing right when they come in the door, everybody wants a cell phone. So I just think it's not a bad idea, but let's take a pause for a year. So I would even make that motion to move us forward. I would move that we remove that from the budget for this year, the cell phones for the police, of course, to consider it again next year in the CIP. Do I have a second? Okay.
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay, I kind of already laid out why. That's my argument. Any other contributions?
Just one question, does the chief have a phone in that
The
position?
chief does have a phone
Okay.
in that position. And this is a wider discussion that I want to have with staff and bring forth a proposed policy when I think about the right to know request and how at times staff does use their cell phone. I would like to roll out more of an intentional plan where there's certain positions that do have
Okay.
cell phones. But, and police department would be one of them, but I think it's best for a police chief to be part of those discussions and
Okay.
rolling that program
Okay.
out.
Yeah, that's all I was
Okay,
wondering
great.
about.
Yep. So we have a motion and a second on the table, I think.
Thank you,
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Great.
Oh, and then the other thing was the
Decimal.
decibel reader or whatever. Okay, so the reason why I flagged it is because even though it is in our current noise ordinance, the noise ordinance is up for review, and in our previous discussion of it, we did talk about how, like, the previous chief did talk about how, like, the decibel meters they're a lot, you have to get them calibrated, and there's training, I think, or something like that, so, like, it's a whole thing, so
when we're approaching our ordinance, there are ways to write an ordinance perhaps without using it, for the police to not have to use it. So like that is a policy question that maybe remains to be asked prior to the purchase of the meter. That's my thought on it. So I would want staff to flag me if I'm thinking wrongly about those things. Okay. So that is why I thought that. So I would make the motion that we defer that out of this year's budget. Do I have a second?
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay, I gave my reasoning why. Any questions or thoughts?
Just don't be loud.
Yeah, nobody's allowed to be loud. No leaf blowers. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? All, motion passes unanimously.
Great. We also have flagged the, let's see, the funding for Warriors Mark and Port Matilda.
Well, we flagged them for future discussion. We're gonna leave them in there.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep,
The next
right?
item,
Okay.
the next item flagged here is the Port Matilda was added last year. Oh, yep, same part of the,
Same thing.
yep, same thing. Let me just move down.
Recurring discussion annually.
Flag budget will
never
go
discuss it
over
either.
all the funds. Fall under and around the day. Oh, so now we can go to the parks.
Yep, I knew it
All
was
right,
coming.
let's talk about Fund 34.
Okay,
And-
let's.
Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. That's all that I have, actually. I don't have the actual notes, so let me pull it up.
Okay, see if I can remember.
Bike racks.
Oh,
Racks,
well,
that's
we
all.
already, I can't believe Dave Modricker did not drive out there today to Fairwick Park and get that bike rack and take it to Suburban. Oh, my gosh. No, he didn't.
No.
Real
commitment.
Oh, my
We
gosh.
are.
Oh, God. You're going to be
Yeah,
off in
you all need
like
to
an
take
hour.
off tomorrow.
Well,
Okay.
I was gonna say, if we keep them here an hour, they're not gonna have a call off.
So what do we need to decide on with that? We talked about Cecil Irvin, but I don't think we flagged it because we
Right.
decided if we don't get the grant, it's a
Right.
moot
I
point.
will not pursue the
What else were we flagging in the
just
parks?
the bike rack is really where we spent significant time.
Urban Park
So
off
we
trail
could just,
connection.
and it's $1,000 and
I thought we deferred, I'm sorry, I thought we flagged something else. Could you just, are you at the,
Yeah.
what
Oh,
page is
Suburban
that?
Park. So we also talked about the
291-ish.
easement. So we would remove the easement because we've already obtained the easement.
Don't you need a motion to make
It's
that
a, it's a
change?
mistake. I mean, it's something we should have removed. We can do
Okay.
a motion. We can do a motion.
Okay.
It's your call.
All
your
right,
decision.
let's do, I don't know, I kind of remember from before, once it's in there and then it's in, so let's move
Motion
that.
to remove the easement monies. from
It's
the-
$2,500, right?
$2,500.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? It's removed, okay.
Great.
Bike rack staying in there.
290.
The other one is,
Eric?
Laura wanted to flag the Songbird Sanctuary Park.
Oh.
I knew there was something in there, okay. Okay, so where is Songbird Sanctuary? Where are you?
291.
$50,000
Yes, I.
for construction of, I believe this is for the
Phase
handicaps
It-
parking spaces there in the cul-de-sac.
Oh, so we already did the trails in there?
Yeah.
Oh. This is for the parking spaces. I don't necessarily want to defer that then. Do others, it's for the handicap parking space, or
Right, no, we had
it's
no problem.
accessible parking spaces?
Dave, do you want to
ADA parking
elaborate? Yeah,
spaces?
we're putting in an
ADA.
ADA accessible parking space.
Okay,
And
that's what this is for, the Songbird Sanctuary, $50,000?
yes, I did the
Okay.
master plan when I was assistant
Okay,
manager.
okay.
And
Okay.
Signage and everything.
and there's some signage. There's some sign. Yeah, I'm trying to recall. So we did a phased plan of $50,000 for 3 years to construct the amenities, and they're passive amenities. So the arborist really kind of took this project on when he got started and really advanced some of the amenities and all of the amenities in phase 1. In fact, if time had permitted and we had the staffing, there was even interest in trying to see what we could do to move into second phases. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the staffing to move this forward and everything and, all right, okay. I don't necessarily need to remove it, but,
we're trying to keep it lean, so this was one of the things I saw that could be. Okay, it doesn't seem like we're having a motion, so we'll leave
Okay.
that in there.
No, I think we need it if the park is already,
Yeah, that's
through phase
right.
1. I think we have to have it.
It's nice.
Mhm.
I ran
So
through
like
there.
that,
It's
we can
really
go.
nice.
Awesome. Okay, any other?
Yes, so we can keep going.
Do not reboot.
Ag Preservation Fund was flagged.
For future discussion, I just, I would make a motion to reduce it, but I don't think it's gonna pass, so I'll save our time.
Okay.
You guys know my argument is really the county will give them that money. We really don't have to give them that money. The county will give them that money, and yeah, so.
My argument is I think it's beneficial to the township to have stake in it, to have just a piece of ownership in it, whatever the amount, even if it's a minimal amount, so.
Could we reduce the amount, $25 an acre then?
Yeah, what is it at?
It's 50.
And then we
I mean,
did
'cause that was-
one or something?
Yeah, we did one last year.
We did $1
Yeah,
last year,
so
$1
I would-
per acre.
I would be happy with 25.
Are you comfortable with 25 an acre instead?
Sure.
Okay, all right, I would make a motion to change that to 25 an acre as opposed to 50. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
This is Patty, I'll second.
I agree with that. I do agree with that stake in it. But like, I'm not gonna say it again, but like that idea of them being able to give that money is great too. So I'm comfortable with 25, if others are. Right, any other, right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Anything?
That was a great compromise.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, the later it gets, the easier they are. Next up.
And I actually jumped away from Fund 34 quicker than I should have. You had also flagged Tudick Park. And while we don't have a cost item there, you wanted to talk about the bathrooms.
Oh, okay, so, right, that's a future discussion.
Future discussion.
And that is about the trust and the Songbird Sanctuary and then trying to get some kind
Okay.
of coordination.
Great.
Yep.
And I think we're coming to the tail end, coordinate use of collaboration with trust. Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
402-311, I had mentioned this, page 74. Can we increase that budget for the audit fees to 40,000?
Right.
For the single audit?
This is
Yeah.
Patty, so moved.
Second.
All right, I'm sorry, I just have to know, wait, what, the annual audit fees?
Yeah, that's
For a single
that.
audit.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the ARPA money. we have
Okay,
to have a-
fantastic. All
We're
right,
spending more than $750,000 in 1 year, so we have to do a single audit.
Right, the paying the money to spend the money thing. Okay, all right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we have come to the big kahuna of the motion, of the moment. Oh my goodness. All right, it's our last motion in the evening, is what I was trying to say. Right? We have to move to have, don't we have to move to have staff incorporate the changes? No. 'cause
You've
we
already
did all the
you did
motions.
individual, so yeah, we talked about doing individual ones. You did
Okay.
each one. So now
Okay.
there's an individual motion
Okay.
to remove what's been presented
Yep.
to the board. So we'll make the changes and we'll bring it back to the board at the December 6th meeting with a request to authorize for the public hearing at the December 13th for the board to take
Okay.
action.
Okay, great. So there is no other action that we need to take. So I'm going to call for that final motion of the evening.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
CNET.
You all earned a day
Sorry.
off.
Sorry, yeah.
Nora.
Page 68.
Thank you.
What I didn't want to
day
me to bring
is
up, it
it?
just has 2018
It is
projected. It's
still
on page 16.
Thursday.
As far as I know.
It is.
Projected, okay.
Oh my goodness.